NYC playoff show. I am your host, Kyle Kampmeyer. Joining me is Greg Armstrong from View from the West. Our resident eight-man guru, Joe Murdian, is here from a spotlight on IDFA in Illinois. And my NUIC All Access co-host, Jay Doyle, the coach, is here.
Not a guru.
Not
No guru law.
Well, you never know. We'll also have a special guest, Mitch Stormer, jumping on later in the show, also from View from the West. So I'm excited to get Mitch on here. Tonight, we're going to cover eight-man through Class 3A. As we go through brackets, we're going to talk about players and teams to watch. We're also going to release the brackets as soon as they come out. We're going to bring in coaches to talk to them and see what they think about their playoff path, learn a little bit about their teams as well. And then at the end, we're going to give our predictions on what we think the state championships are going to look like. Once we release the brackets, please feel free to ask questions. We have the chat box available. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have and talk to that. Before we get started, though, I'd like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors because without them, season 10 does not look the way it has so far this year. So we're very fortunate for their help. That's Byron Wealth Management, Jess Schumacher Remax Town Lake and Country, Neff Paints, Prairie State Investments, Reese and Reese Injury Attorneys, Volkert Design, Country Financial Tyler Hoffman, Leading Edge Fundraising, Diedrich Epoxy, and Best Realty. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to a couple guys that help us out on the regular basis as well. Matt Serdick, Tyson Graves, Logan Swan, Greg Pruis, and Zachary Shimon. Clearly, we cannot do this all on our own, so we appreciate your guys' effort and support in what we do. We hope you enjoy the show, and we're going to start in eight-man as the IDFA bracket has already been released. Joe, what do you got for us here?
All right, so let's release the eight-man bracket here. Number 1 seed, the Milledgeville Missiles. They'll host the number 16 seed, Macon Meridian, making their first year in eight-man football, making the playoffs. Then they'll get the winner of the 8 seed South Beloit and the 9 seed Alden Hebron Ulsha. Moving down the bracket, 4 seed Pawnee at 8-1, hosting the 13 seed Flanagan Woodland Cornell. And then Amboy, the 5 seed at 8-1, taking on the 12 seed Milford Cissna Park. And then jumping to the bottom of the bracket, 2 seed South Fork, the Ponies, 9-0 on the season. Congratulations to them. Be hosting the 15 seed, the Galva Wildcats. The 7 seed, the West Carroll Thunder, will take on the 10 seed, the West Central Heat. And then moving down to the bottom portion of the lower bracket, 3 seeded Polo at 8-1 will be taking on Kirkland Hiawatha, the 14 seed. And the 6 seed St. Anne at 8-1 will host the 11 seed Metro East Lutheran. So there is your 8-man bracket for 2025.
Awesome. Yeah. So it looks like we have a guest on the line already. Coach Zach Hanlon is here.
Let's get him.
We're working on getting him pulled in here. Coach,
trying to get it to work here.
Whoop, where'd he go?
Where'd he go? That's all right. Our chief engineer is working on the background duties. But
Well, he should be. Yeah, there he is.
there he is. All right. Coach Zach Hanlon of the South Fork Ponies. Coach, as you already are aware, you have pulled up the number 2 seed, kind of where some preliminary things had you throwing at. Tell us about what has gone on this season for you. Obviously, we know that you got my guy George Bailey in your backfield, and we're very excited to see what he's done on the season. But speak to us about what you see coming up down the pathway here.
Yeah, so we got a heavily senior-led team this year with a bunch of guys that have played a lot of varsity football. They kind of set the expectations for themselves this year, and they were super high. So at this point, it's the second season, and we're just game by game now, not looking past anybody.
Yeah, Coach, talk about the way this bracket shapes up. You got to be kind of excited. You're going to be probably playing some teams that you haven't seen before. That's always kind of one of the exciting things about the playoffs. Pawnee's on the other side of the bracket. You wouldn't see a Metro East till the semis. That's got to be exciting for you and your coaching staff and your players playing some different teams.
Yeah, definitely. And we don't mind that it's, not Ridgewood for a 4th year in a row. That was,
Yes,
kind
I
of wild
forgot
how
about
shook
that.
out. So, no, yeah, it's exciting. Get the opportunity to play some different teams and, maybe some teams up north as well. So yeah, no, we're excited about that. It's awesome.
Coach, talk about after week 1, you guys lost your starting quarterback in week 1. You throw in Brody Van Hooser. He's had a great year. Was that the plan, or you just guys kind of threw something together quick and said, let's try this? Or did you kind of have in the back of your mind if Pusetti went down, or what was kind of the process there?
No, no, we did not. I wish that we did have a better plan going into that, to be honest with you. It was terrible to lose Colton, so early.
Right.
That kid worked his butt off, and he still came to every single practice, every single film. He didn't miss anything, and like I mentioned earlier, he was a captain. He's just a great kid. Thankfully, he's only a sophomore, and we'll get him back next year. But then, yeah, when it came to finding the next guy, Hoosie has never played high school football before, but he's a heck of a high school pitcher. And we're like, well, let's take him down the gym, see if he can throw the ball. And he could, and he's a really good athlete as well. So, and fortunately for us, he was able to pick up on the offense, super quick. So it was a blessing. It really was that we had another option there.
If you can throw, you can throw, right, Coach? By the way, I love the hat and love the logo. I might be biased here, but I love the Mustang look. What's been the biggest upside this year? Going in, you had a George Bailey. He's had the year he's had, but what has been something that surprised you this year from week 1 to week 9 now going into the playoffs?
Well, I'll say we're very blessed just to have that one injury. It was a big one, but being pretty healthy going into the playoffs here, and we're also blessed enough to have a lot of guys that go really one way for us. I think at the beginning of the year, anybody would have said Brody Pop, Carter Elder are going to start on our offensive line, and neither one of them do right now. They play, they rotate, but it keeps them fresh on defense, and it allows our O-line in practice to go against those guys every single day, which is huge for us. It's awesome. Yeah.
No, that's always key.
Well, Coach, we wish you the best of luck moving down the path. We really appreciate you coming on. It's exciting to see what you guys have done, and you're going to have a pathway that's definitely going to help show us what the ponies are. I know you made the comment a while back that the North is kind of owned IFA, and rightfully so, but you guys want to put your foot forward, and you guys have done a great job of doing that. Obviously, you're getting the attention around the state, and that's definitely what you want this time of year.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And you're no doubt the North has owned it, and there's no way around that. So if you want to be mentioned in that group, you got to beat some teams from the North, and everyone knows that. So,
well, we wish you the best of luck, Coach, and good luck in the playoffs here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. Now we got Pawnee head coach Josh Talley on the line here. And, Coach Talley, you've been able to get into the playoffs again, obviously, with a 8-1 record. You had the big loss to South Fork earlier, or just a couple weeks ago, really, but you bounced back with a big win over Metro East Lutheran. Caden Ward has been a huge player for you all season long. Obviously, there's been some other people that have helped out, like Jaden Adamako, among others. Tell us about some of those players that we don't know much about that have stood out for you, and then we'll double back on the numbers that Caden's put up for your Indians offense.
Yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, Caden Ward's put up some good numbers, and I think right now he's about 10 yards away from being the all-time leading passer in 8-man. So, a little unfortunate that we weren't able to get our Week 9 game, and you would hope that he'd be able to break that record in Week 9. But fortunate we get another week in the playoffs. So, he's done a great job getting himself prepared and lead the team to, afford himself this opportunity to, have that kind of accolade under his name. But as you mentioned, I mean, we're kind of loaded with some athletes. None of the numbers really jump off the charts if you look at all of 8-man. Part of the reason because we're able to spread the ball around a little more than we were last year. We've got a ton of receivers. We got a couple good tight ends and some really good running backs. Some of those names you mentioned, Jaden Adamako, leads our backfield, and then Hudson Ward, those two split time in the backfield. We got tight end Gavin Greer, and then one name that hasn't really been called a lot, but he's done a great job in our blocking. Gage Blanton is a second tight end for us. And then we got a handful of receivers, Torsten Palestina, Dakota Coyne, Lucas Size, Jace Jankowski, all those guys, playmakers for us. All solid numbers, but if you look at the top 10 or top 20 of the 8-man, or just, top 20 in general, you may not see their names right away, but I think that just speaks to, our ability to spread the ball around to all of them.
Coach, give me your initial thoughts on your first round opponent there, Flanagan Cornell Woodland, a team that you guys don't see very much. You've been able to see them much this season, or something you and your coach staff are going to have to obviously dig in here come tomorrow morning?
Yeah, definitely going to have to do some homework. Not an opponent we saw the past 2 years, but the first thing that jumps out to me is a team that's had sustained success in 8-man. I believe they've made the playoffs the past few years. So, I'm anticipating a great game when they come down, and they've got a tough schedule just like we do. So, it's a good team, and from what I've watched, they're going to be a physical football team too. So, we're going to have to get ready for that.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about numbers that jump off, looking at Caden Ward, 66 for 98, 1,497 yards, but 22 touchdowns to 1 interception. I think at any football you play, to see a quarterback have almost a 70% completion rate and 22 touchdowns to 1 interception. Was that expected early in the year? What does he do in the summertime? Do you guys do 7-on-7 type stuff, or is it just naturally gifted thrower?
A little bit of both. Definitely got some natural talent. We were able to do some 7-on-7s with some other 8-man teams over the summer. And then we went out to North Mac High School. They hosted a few 7-on-7s throughout the summer. So we were able to go and see some, 1A, 2A football teams out there and compete with them for 7-on-7s. But I would say what sticks out to me the most with Caden is just his work ethic and his willing to do the homework outside of practice, getting into huddle, understanding the playbook, and just how coachable he is. When he makes a mistake in practice or makes a mistake in a game, obviously very self-critical of himself, but responds well to coaching. So it makes it easy when your quarterback can respond to those mistakes. And as you mentioned, 1 interception, not a whole lot of major mistakes happening throughout the season. So knock on wood, we hope to keep it that way.
We won't talk about it too much.
Right.
Coach, you got a big part of the bracket. Obviously, you have the 2-time defending state champs Amboy sitting there, not looking ahead of FCW, but we can obviously, and kind of throw a little speculation in that. You had a week 0 scrimmage against them. How did you feel that scrimmage worked in your benefit, along with, you faced them in the semifinals a season ago as well?
Well, as you said, we got to take care of this week first. So, if everything goes as we would like it to, then, we're going to see them again. And that's kind of why I scheduled it at the beginning. The first thing I told the team is we're not going to run away from talent. We're not going to run away from the top teams in the state. Our seniors set some lofty goals that I think they're capable of achieving. But, we scheduled that scrimmage because we knew there was a chance we could see them again in the playoffs, or if we wanted to get to where we wanted to, we were going to have to beat a team like Amboy or have to beat Amboy. But, we got to take care of round 1 first, and, our focus is on FCW. and they're a good football team. And so it's definitely looking at our side of the bracket. No matter what, you're going to have to beat really good football teams. And that's just playoffs in general. Anytime you're in the playoffs, it doesn't matter where you're at or what seed you are or what seed you're playing. You're going to be playing good football teams, and that's why they're in the postseason.
That you mentioned that, and that's the beauty of, especially with the 8-man bracket being seeded 1 through 16 across the entire state. It's something that we've talked about a lot here in the past couple years, but even more so this year, as we're starting to see a lot more parity among the state as well, which is definitely exciting when we're looking at growing the 8-man football game, along with the excitement that gets built up around it, especially at this time of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at that 1 through 16. I don't know if there's as much disparity between 1 and 16 as there might have been last year or in years past. It's a pretty tight group, and I think it's going to be an exciting playoff, and I think we're going to see a lot of good football games, which is what you want in the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Coach, we appreciate you coming on. Good luck in this playoff season. Hopefully we see you down the road here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. All right. So that was Coach Josh Talley with the Pawnee Indians. So very excited to see what he can do. Obviously, he made the semifinals a season ago, and he's got a little bit of a tough road in front of him.
He does.
But if you want to get to the state championship, like he talked about, setting yourself up with tough teams like the week 0 scrimmage with Amboy, not shying away from going against talent. I mean, that's how you build your program. So he's doing it really well.
I'm really curious to see kind of, making the run they did last year.
Right.
And now they've had a good season. So what's that, right? Is this a year they take the next step? We talked a lot through the season, and I continually kind of ranked them up higher because I just felt like there's a lot of momentum building from last year. They played really well. If there's a team from outside of this area that can do something, is it them? And they lost to South Fork as their only loss, right?
Yeah.
So I think that between them and South Fork, there is a lot, those teams could prove it, but we'll find out. That's kind of what they got to do.
Yeah, and I'll admit I was kind of questioning after they had that big loss to South Fork, but they bounced back nicely the following week against Metro East. So, I think I'm kind of back on the Pawnee ship a little bit here, and to see, and obviously, if they get by FCW, which is not going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, then they would presumably host Amboy, so they'd be coming to their place again like they did last year in the semi. So. The Pawnee kids are going to know what to expect if Amboy does come to town in round 2.
Well, you hope for that. I think what it will be clear after round 2, if those two teams match, where Pawnee is, but then where South Fork is on the other side of the bracket.
Right.
Because I don't know, pretty good draw from a Polo Marco fan, and that side to where Amboy and Milledgeville are on the left with a Pawnee, to where you have your South Fork team at the top, number 2. And a Polo team, you can kind of gauge by wins and losses of common opponent, right?
Right.
So if Pawnee plays Amboy tough, or let's say gets a win, that will change probably a lot of people's outlook on a South Fork.
Right.
But if Amboy goes there, and we're already on round 2 when we haven't even played round 1, but just in general, not taking anything away from anybody, but just in general, that's how. With no dog in the race, that's how I would look at things.
Right.
To see potential matchups coming up of how they gauge against other teams, because that was the biggest game, was the Pawnee South Fork, and South Fork just came out and kind of opened everybody's eyes. So where's South Fork? Where's Pawnee? Where are they going to line up with like everyone, a couple of people have said, with everybody, the guys from the north?
It'll be interesting. I'm very excited because, you take, obviously Amboy's going to be right there in that quad. So it's going to, like we said, it's going to be a tough road for Pawnee. But even going back to Coach Hanlon and the Ponies, he's going to meet up with potentially West Carroll in the second round. It could be West Central. I don't want to dismiss them, but West Carroll did
going
beat
by
West
rankings.
Central.
Going by rankings. So
well, in week 1 when West Carroll beat West Central 42-0, but that was week 1. That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, and I think that West Central's definitely grown from that. To where we can see a better first round matchup there. But, I'm really intrigued with how these teams are going to play out, how this bracket's going to play out. I think it's very well balanced as well. Obviously, there's some things that people wanted to see happen that did not happen because of how teams won today and things like that.
Yep.
Well, the best
Looking
thing
at
is
you, Milledgeville and Amboy.
Well, but I'll say this, guys. I mean, and we've seen it for years in the NUIC. You know, how many times have Forest and Lena been the best two teams in the state?
You know, got to meet up somewhere.
Galena and Forest and Stockton and Lena. Like, this isn't new territory for teams from up here.
No.
You know, and again, I say this to people all the time. It's not supposed to be easy to win a state championship or even to get to a state championship. Like, it should be a huge deal. So, you know, you're going to have to beat the good teams eventually, you know. So, yeah, we'll see how this thing plays out. And again, this game's got to be decided on the field. A lot of these teams, guys, are, you know, injury away from, you know, changing their whole season.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
that's
for
8-man
sure.
football,
That
you know.
is.
So
the best thing I think we're all talking about is the balance of teams in
Yeah.
the 8-man bracket.
yes,
And
awesome.
we talked 4 years ago, it's maybe 1 or 2 teams, and that's who's you're automatically playing for
Right.
for a state title. To where now you have 4, 5, 6 teams that have a chance to do it, and there will be some upsets in there
Oh yeah.
of
There
teams
always
sitting at home
is.
not hearing their number called, or you know, seeing, well, we're the 15 or we're the 10 seed. There's always that big upset in that first round. We've seen that many years up here. To where what's cool about the 8-man is we're talking balance of the playoff.
right.
And that's,
Well,
the,
and
that's
again,
the best thing.
We've touched on it so many times, guys. You know, let's just say they would have seeded this north and south. You know, Milledgeville's your 1, Polo's your 2, Amboy's your 3. It's a whole different bracket. You know,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right. So you know,
Luckily,
now
they're not the
the way they
HSA.
the way they seed it 1 through 16,
You can't.
it's
ask
a
for nothing.
true
Mhm.
it's a true championship. You can say all you want, but it's a true state championship game.
I love it.
How are the
you know.
rankings again, Kyle? How do they rank them again?
Yeah.
You got another 2 hours
No.
to get into it?
We'll do another sub segment later on down the road. Not
I'm breaking
tonight.
down how teams are ranked.
All right, we got head coach Ted Alston from the Polo Marcos on the line. Coach, you hear us all right?
Yeah, I got you.
All
We're
right.
just- We're just gonna let you and Joe talk it out.
he talks to me enough. I'll let him talk to you guys.
Yeah. Joe and I do enough talking together. I think
That's right.
we're probably
right,
sick
Coach,
of each
well,
other
then
at this
I'll-
point, right, Joe?
Yeah.
I'll get it started for you then. You landed the number 3 seed. You have to be pretty happy with where you're at as far as the bracket plays out. Not overlooking anybody, obviously, but you have recent experience with Hiawatha, who's going to be your first round opponent. On top of that, when you take a look at it, you're away from the normal heavy hitters that you see in Milledgeville and Amboy as well.
Well, obviously, one of the nice things is when you get to this point, it's just fun to play some different teams. So, that's why I've always been a huge proponent of the bracket being 1 through 16 and not north and south, like, Joe just talked about. I was always a big fan of that in 11-man football too, because it just gives it a more, I think it's a more realistic state championship at the end, and you're seeding teams more truly in that way.
Coach, I talk to you after every game, but talk about the way your defense has been playing. I mean, Wyatt Placknell, Damon Rowland, that defensive line, Mercer Mumford, been a lockdown corner. Esteban Salinas really stepped up middle linebacker. Just talk about where you're at with how you feel about your defense heading into the postseason here.
Well, we felt real good until last night. We gave up a few too many points last night, but that's a pretty powerful South Beloit team with a lot of weapons. And, we had a lot of holes to fill after last season. And we had some kids really step in, like you talked about Esteban. And kids like Damon Rao and Wyatt Placknell got a little bigger, a little stronger. And we kind of knew what Mercer Mumford would bring to the table. And we've gotten a lot of good play from Quentin Hart and Danny Johnstone, kids that really didn't play much when they were juniors and worked real hard, and they've done a great job for us, and we've been pretty solid defensively.
Coach, it's Greg Armstrong from View from the West. I think when you look at your Polo program year over year, you've had a lot of success. this year? Talk about every group's different, right? Every team's different. Talk about what do you see in this group? What do you like about this group and the kind of collection of athletes you got?
Well, I think as the year's gone on, we've gotten a little bit better each game. We've been able to improve offensively and diversify a little bit. We were pretty one-dimensional at the start of the season, and we've really worked hard on our passing game and throwing in some different formations. And I like the way the kids have responded to that. We've got some weapons in some different areas. We've got nice running backs. We've got some good receivers. We have 2 really strong tight ends. A little bit different team from last year, but every team's different, and we've kind of been learning a little bit about the team, as the year's gone on, and how to use kids appropriately, and so I think offensively, I think is where we've improved the most since week 1.
So you talk about having to rebuild from last year. What was your biggest worry coming from last year to this year, and what's been the biggest surprise?
I think, the biggest worry for us, we lost a lot of skill players last year. We had a great quarterback last year. We had a real nice group of running backs last year. And anytime you have to replace your quarterback, a little uncertainty. And, JT Stevenson had gotten a little bit of time last year, but we weren't really sure what he would turn into. And, he's done an outstanding job. I'm more impressed with his leadership, that he's really developed into a good leader for us, and just real happy with how that's progressed. And Jordan Reed has started stepping up, and those kids who have replaced those running backs have done a nice job replacing what was a really good offensive team last year. And obviously we had to also replace some offensive linemen, and we've had some kids step up in that for us too. So every year you have to have that in small school, and we're pretty fortunate. We've had some kids that really commit themselves in the summer, and it was the same this year for us.
Hey, Coach, talk about your first round opponent a little bit. Hiawatha just played them here a week ago. Your defense looked excellent that game. Talk about what they bring to the table, what they might cause for some trouble for you guys in that first round matchup.
Yeah, I thought we played really well against them there. They do have a really good quarterback, especially their quarterback run game. Good running back and a really solid receiver. I know they gave West Carroll all they could handle last night for most of that game. And, it's always a little bit tough to beat a team twice. So obviously we're going to have to stay focused and look at what they did against us in week 8, and hopefully make some adjustments as needed. And hopefully our kids will be ready to play. And you, at this point, you can't look past anyone. I mean, they've got quality kids just like everybody else, and we'll have to definitely bring our A game.
So you're getting ready for another playoff round here, and it's hard to miss the fact that you guys have never missed the semifinals either. How do you get your guys prepared for that, keeping with the mindset, like you just said, you don't want to overlook anybody?
Well, I think the key is just for us is we prepare every week the same way. We don't ever talk about anything but what's in front of us. We really try to stay focused, and we do not allow the kids to ever really talk about any other opponent but the week's opponent. And that's going to be the same this week. We want to make sure that we are 100% focused, that our focus actually increases from the regular season, and that we do a little bit better job of preparing. Obviously, mentally at this point in the season is the most important preparation we do, but also being physically prepared and just taking care of themselves. You got a lot of kids getting sick right now and things going on, so we just want to make sure we're not just mentally but physically in a good place when we play this first round game.
All right. Well, we appreciate you coming on, Coach, taking some time out of Selection Saturday, and we wish you the best of luck moving forward with the Marcos.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
You bet. So that's Polo coach Ted Alston as the Marcos are getting prepared to move into the playoffs and keep their streak alive, and we'll see if it can happen, but it's going to be a lot of fun to take notice of that. Our next guest is Amboy head coach Scott Payne. The House of Payne is here.
Yes.
Coach, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Oh,
Good.
Doing awesome, man.
Are you in church?
No, one of my assistant coach's daughter got married today, so I'm at the reception. I just stepped in the other room
All right.
to do this.
Hey, that's even better. You're the man for doing this then. Talk about us about Amboy a little bit. We got Jay's guy, Colt McCoy. You got my guy, Jose Lopez.
Yep. A lot of guys.
Yeah, we talked about Amboy needing to replace a lot of guys off the team from last year and the year before, and that we would probably start seeing some new household names. These two guys have definitely stepped up into that forefront, and then you add in the play of Caden Heath and Cody Wynn, and then quarterback Tanner Welch has been absolutely phenomenal directing your guys' offense this season.
Yeah, he has. Tanner has played so well for us this year and doing what we like to do. Everyone knows, we're going to run the ball and run play action, and Tanner's done a great job of that. And we knew Jose and Colt and Caden when they're coming up as freshmen and sophomores had a lot of potential to be good football players for us. And they've done a really good job improving from week 1 till now, and the kids have worked really hard. And Colt is a very good athlete. Colt's a kid you could put out at wide receiver, you can put him at tailback, put him at tight end if you want. Colt can play a lot of positions for us and defensively too. So, we're really excited with how well they have come along this year and improved so much from week 1.
Yeah, Coach, talk about your defense a little bit. It seems like every week you guys are scoring a defensive touchdown. That's got to be fun. Obviously, that's not something you can coach. But talk about the excitement that brings to a team when you're scoring a defensive touchdown every week.
Oh, it's really exciting. That could totally change a game too. You get an interception or force a fumble and take it to the end zone and score. It could totally change the outcome of a game. And I think defensively we have gotten so much better. Week 1, obviously Milledgeville, they took it to us and ran the ball, threw the ball on us, did pretty much whatever they wanted on us. But we kind of changed a couple things up after that. Kind of went back to our normal defense that we ran. To be honest with you, we were running a 3-man front. Probably too much overcoaching on my part. You read all these things in the offseason, think, oh, great, we could do that instead of just staying with what we know. And so we switched back to that, and the kids, it's less thinking, and they're just playing faster. And it's just been really fun to watch these guys play defense. It's they all get to the ball so fast, and up front we got a really good D line with Evan Flanagan and Tanner Stenzel and Owen Loomis, and those guys are playing really well and doing what we want them to do as far as taking up blocks and letting our linebackers run free.
Coach, talk about your portion of the bracket a little bit here. You guys got the 5 seed. You start out hosting MCP. Not to look ahead too far, but if you win that, you get the winner of Pawnee and FCW. Of course, FCW is a team in your conference, but just talk a little bit about your thoughts on your little quadrant of the bracket there.
I think it's a really good bracket. If you guys look at this bracket 1 through 16, there's a lot of, it's anybody's bracket to win as far as I'm concerned. It's like you said, we got MCP. We haven't played them in, I think, 3 years, but the last time we played them was a really great football game, and they're going to be a tough opponent. And, if, not to look ahead because, we don't do that here, but, if we get to the next round, have to go down to Pawnee again, Pawnee they're a good football team. Coach has done a great job down there. They throw the ball all over the field. And, then obviously you're going to have to play, if you get to the semis, you got Milledgeville sitting there waiting for you. So if they get there. So I think all around 1 through 16, this is going to be an exciting bracket to watch. I think there's going to be a lot of good football games, and it's going to be exciting to see how this all pans out within the next 3-4 weeks.
Here's the hard-hitting question, Coach. You say you're at a wedding. What is that song that gets you out on the dance floor? Everybody has that one song that, it goes, that song comes on and you're like, your foot starts tapping and you really want to get out there. Which one is it for you?
I would have to say probably any AC/DC song from the 80s could maybe get me out there. I might have to be dragged out there by a couple people, but I'm not much of a dancer. I can't move very well, but I think if any AC/DC song would get me out there if I got a little push. Some people have to push me from behind, but I'd get out there.
You're a good dancer. That's all you got to do. Nobody's a good dancer. You just got to believe it.
Yeah.
Coach, you've won back-to-back titles. You've been to the state championship game 3 years in a row. Everybody's got the target on your back. How do you keep your team focused going through that?
You know, I talked to the kids about this a lot. I said, we're always going to get the best out of everybody, no matter, who we're playing that week, because everyone's going to want to beat us because of what we have accomplished in the past. But, I tell the kids, you got to take each game, one game at a time. Don't look ahead. Don't look behind. And I said, the best thing about playing a team that's going to give you their best is that's going to bring the best out of you. And that's what our kids understand. And our kids really enjoy stepping up to challenges and enjoy playing in games like that. And, and it's just really fun. It's great. We love it. We know we're going to have the bullseye on us. We expect that every week. And, it's going to be no different once we start next Saturday. Everyone's going to want to be the team that beats us in the playoffs. And, so our kids step up to that challenge very well. And I'm very proud of them for how they do that week in and week out.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at your side of the bracket, obviously, everybody's side of the bracket looks really good. But, when you take a look at some of these teams that Amboy is going to have in their path, you got to be excited for what's coming up, provided you guys stay healthy as well. But it's definitely going to be a challenge. We've talked about it quite a bit this year and on the show already, the amount of parity that we're starting to see across 8-man football.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a great challenge. And like you said, there is a lot of parity. You look at a lot of the, there's a lot of 8-1, 7-2, 6-3 teams. And, and it just speaks volumes of how big this league is growing. And it's great to see that. That's what you want, and, we always tell our kids, we want to play the best. We want to play against the best teams. We want that tough competition. And every year it just seems like this league gets better and better and more teams are getting better and better, which is a great thing to see.
Yeah, well, you know what, Coach? We'll let you get back to your wedding and have some fun, but we appreciate you coming on, and we wish the Clippers the best of luck as you guys move forward in these playoffs.
Hey, sounds good. Thank you, guys. Thanks for everything you guys do for this. You guys do a wonderful job, and I enjoy watching your guys' show, View from the West, and listening to everything. We appreciate everything you guys do, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Yep. See you guys.
See ya.
Roll.
Yep. All right. We got head coach Jason Roble here. Back from his trip to Bushnell. Coach, that was a big win today over a very tough North Shelby, Missouri team. Tell us a little bit about that game. Obviously, it helped you seal up that #1 seed going into these playoffs.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm actually still here at school. Just got off the bus about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, it was a good win for us. They were a very physical team. They have their running back who sort of has made his name known around our area, I guess, a little bit because he's a pretty darn good running back. He actually reminds me a lot of the Lobdell kid a couple years ago from Orangeville. He was hard runner, but he had been dinged up, and he played the whole game, which I was happy about because, I don't know if we've seen a running back like him all year, so we got a chance to see a premier running back, and they did a pretty nice job. So it was a physical game, hard-fought game. Our kids showed up, and it was a back-and-forth affair. They gained momentum a few times, but we answered and punched. They had a goal line stand on us, but we punched it in when it counted.
Hey, Coach, let's talk a little bit about your side of the bracket, your first-round opponent, Macon Meridian, a team that I don't know if you've had a chance to see very much yet, but then not to look too far ahead, South Beloit and Alden Hebron in your quadrant. Just give me your kind of initial thoughts on your portion of the bracket there starting things out.
Well, I'm excited to see a new team. Macon's new to the 8-man league, and throughout the year I try to collect film of different teams, and Macon was really on my radar for someone you might see. But that's not all bad. It makes it a little more interesting prep for us, but it's good to see someone new. That's what you want to do in the playoffs, is seeing a team you haven't played before. There's some projection having us at the Orangeville, which has its pros and cons, but it's nice that we just played them a couple weeks ago, and it'd be nice to see someone new. So we just got to make sure we prepare like we always do and come ready to play that week 1. But yeah, our side of the bracket's tough. All the bracket's tough. Obviously, you have defending state champs down the line, but then you also have South Beloit and Alden Hebron on the other side there as well. Possible second-round matchups. So you can't take any week off. We know that. We found that out, several times. I feel like we maybe haven't shown up in the playoffs in 8-man, and hopefully you got that monkey off her back, and we realized that, hey, any week could be your last week if you don't prepare right and have the right mental approach.
Coach, obviously a very senior-led team that you have this year. Just talk about what these seniors have meant to Milledgeville football.
Yeah, a great group of kids. Not only as far as their prep goes and their approach to the game and what they do in the off season, and how and their play, their ability. They're a great group, but they're also a great group of individuals. They're all unique in their own ways. There's some of them that on a daily basis make us crack up as coaches, but they definitely number Caleb Sarber, number 16. Even the North Shelby coaches talking for the game like, man, who's that number 16? Is he a wrestler? And they're always shocked that he's not, because man, he plays so hard. So we have a great cast of characters. But one thing the senior group has really done is they've elevated expectations as far as like, hey, you got to come to practice, and when you're there, you got to give it your all. And it really helps when your best players on the field are also your team leaders, who also show up every day in practice and are probably your hardest workers. And so when you have your team leaders be your hardest workers, it's easy to pull guys along, and that's what we got.
Hey, Coach Greg Armstrong from View from the West, kind of following up on that with this senior group you got. Last year after the state championship game, I talked to some of your then seniors who really put it on that next group and said, these guys will be just as good next year. They're not going anywhere. What was kind of the message throughout the season to know that continue that high level of play and know that there's going to be no drop off?
Yeah, obviously after every season you lose some guys. We lost some key players last year, some great kids, but I think last year made our kids hungry. In the off season, they put a lot of work in, and knowing that we had some holes to fill, but we also had a lot of returning guys. And I think the big thing for our kids is they just want to succeed. They are just hungry to win, and they come to practice, and there's no quitting them. That's what you want in football players. Sometimes as a coach, Coach Doyle will probably attest to this. You get football players and you get football participants on your team. There's a big difference between a participant and a player, and we got a bunch of football players, and that makes your life really easy as a coach.
Yes,
I joke about that. I'm like, well, we either gonna have guys that dress up like Halloween, or we're gonna have actual football players. You can dress up as a football player here coming up end of October. But Coach, I said it for a while here. I'll give you guys credit. Heading to Shelby, North Shelby, playing them in a tough game. You could have taken week 9 off, but going there, playing a tough game to get ready for the playoffs. And that's one of the things I think your team needs, is to play a game like today to get ready for the playoff run that you want to be on. So a credit to you for that, because you see a lot of times you may find a team, but you guys went on and found one of the toughest teams in 8-man to play.
Yeah, thanks. When we found out we lost week 9, I'm like, man, that's probably the worst week you want to lose. Maybe other than week 1. But middle of the season, you lose a game, and like, okay, maybe we can heal up, and if we're dinged up. But my hats off to Coach Engelkins, one of my assistants. After we found out we lost week 9, he said, hey, I just read. He follows all the 8-man everywhere. He's talking about teams in Michigan and Missouri and Iowa, and all of a sudden he comes to me and says, hey, Coach, I heard North Shelby, the runner-up in Missouri, lost their week 9 as well. And I was like, okay. So the next day I get on the horn and give their AD a call, and he's like, yeah, we want a game. That'd be great if we can work something out. And after a couple days of discussion, we nailed it down. And yeah, you want to be playing tough teams when you're going into the playoffs. You don't want to be on cruise control late. And in our schedule, we've had, sort of a variety of intensity levels throughout the season, sort of ups and downs of, our qualities of our opponents. But it's really nice to have a really good team to play going into the playoffs. And actually today really felt like a playoff game. And that was sort of our mood this week, that this is round 1 of the playoffs. And, if you don't get prepared mentally, you're going to go home. And luckily our guys showed up.
So, Coach, going back to what we were talking about before, Spencer Nye, you hear Kyle Leach call him the touchdown guy all the time. It's obviously it's a lot of fun, and you got to hear today as well on this call. Him and Kurt Folk do an awesome job, but talk about him a little bit. Obviously, he leads your rushing attack, but he's also been a receiver, so very versatile in that respect. But then you also have Evan Shank, who was your quarterback a season ago, got hurt. You brought in freshman Kyson Francis. Everything comes back. Francis is doing a great job as a sophomore QB. Evan Shank has transitioned into that wide receiver role really well. One of your leading receivers there to complement Connor Johnson. And then you're also taking Carter Livingood off the line and throwing him into some tight end opportunities as well. Speak to the different formations that you guys are trying to utilize to get yourselves more opportunities offensively to score.
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I think we're sort of a nightmare to prep for with all the stuff we do. And man, I found out a whole nother nightmare is that North Shelby team. I labeled their plays. They had 70 formations coming into the game, and then they lined up in some formation we hadn't seen on film today. So we got a taste of our own medicine. But yeah, we do a lot of different things, and we have a lot of special players. But I think something to tie back on a question you asked me earlier is these guys are very versatile. A couple of weeks ago, we had 4 guys take snap at quarterback, and a couple of guys throw touchdown passes. And that's part of the reason they're a great football team is because they're so selfless. Caleb Sarber, he came into high school as a running back, fullback type, and last year I said, man, you're not going to crack the field much with our running back core. But we need you on the field because you're a great player. How about offensive line? And he sort of chuckled about that, and we plugged him in there. So they're a group of guys that they just want to do whatever they can to help the team. Kyson Francis last year, you talked about him, stepping into that role at quarterback as a freshman. And then we made that change late in the playoff run to put Carter Livingood back there. Kyson did not complain one bit, and he was the biggest cheerleader on the sidelines. He just wanted to see the team succeed. So we got a bunch of guys that have that selfless attitude that, hey, let's just win football games. Who cares who gets the credit? Who cares who gets the accolades? It's a team first, and that's one of the reasons the group is special.
Yeah, Sarber is one that me and Joe have talked quite a bit about because, like you said, he doesn't really get a lot of the accolades. But, man, he does. For his size, being undersized the way he is, not only does he help out your offensive line, but he is a monster at linebacker for you as well. Definitely likes to get his hat on the ball a lot.
Yeah, he sure does. He loves defense. He is one of those that we talked about. He's a football player. He may not look at a football player like a football player if you see him in street clothes or even in pads for that matter, but he is a football player. We went to Central camp out in Pella, Iowa this summer as a team, and even some of their coaches like, man, that's 16. We love him. He gets after it. So he's a lot of fun to coach. You love kids with heart like that and that type of playing style. And one of my favorite things about Caleb actually is he'll tell you like it is. There'll be times where he just gets steamrolled and he'll be like, yep, I got steamrolled, but I didn't the next time. So he learns from it. So, we've got a group of guys that, like I said, they love playing football, and it shows.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you getting off the bus and coming right on the show here so we could talk to you. Great win today. Obviously, the top-ranked Missiles, we look forward to another big run for you guys. Like you said, keep that monkey off your back, but we wish you the best of luck moving forward here.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, we have Metro East Lutheran head coach Michael Cook. Coach Cook, it's great to have you on the show. How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So taking a look at where you're at in the playoffs here, you're in that number 11 seeded spot with the 7-2 mark. You get a go on the road to St. Anne. St. Anne is a team that looks a little different this year with the absence of Chris Link, but they've managed to get their way to an 8-1 record, an improved record over last year. You yourself have come out of the South Division, in a division that has really changed course big time this year with your play, the play of South Fork, the play of Pawnee. Unfortunately, those two are the teams that you lost to, but very good games in both of them as well.
Yeah. We try not to talk about moral victories, but we're 2 plays away from being 8 or being 9-0. So obviously, that's what we're looking at. And but even if you look at the history, I mean, the South has done well. Last year we had 4 playoff teams, so I think sometimes the South gets overlooked from that. I mean, there's some really good teams. We played Oblong. They're, 4 and 5A. That was a heck of a 4 and 5 team. So, So from that, we are doing well. Kind of where we thought we wanted to be at. So, we're just looking there and just, we see what's ahead of us, and we kind of like being that underdog that no one knows too much about us yet, and they're going to see that we've got some really good players, and I really like our chances to make a run here.
Hey, Coach, talk about your quarterback Abe Overhauser a little bit. Very obviously one of the top players in 8-man all season long. Just talk about some of the different things he brings to the table for you guys.
Yeah, I think it really started in the summer. Really dedicated. He really dedicated himself to the getting for workouts, being there for every day for practice, just being a leader. I kind of, we talked about, really those seniors really wanted to make sure we had good senior leadership. So they did a great job, but he did everything that we've asked, kind of being that leader. Andrew Adams, had a setback with his ACL, and he'd be the best player in the state this year. It really kind of got, took those reins, and just anything we've asked for him, he's done, to have 1,200 rushing yards, 900 passing yards with a broken thumb, having a cast for the whole year. Without that, he'd have 1,500-1,600 passing yards. So, just anything we need him to do, he did. And I think Friday or Thursday was a great example of game, just the way things were going. Oblong really were keying on his run, and the first game he actually threw for more rushing yards. So he had so just, whatever with him and with a lot of kids, it's just whatever it takes. Whatever it's going to take to win, they're going to do it.
So you also have Lee Watson in your backfield. He's rushed for over 1,000 yards this year.
Yeah.
Obviously he's been very tough and a big player in your team. And talk about what he's done for the Knights this year as well.
Lee has really stepped up. We were thinking we'd have Andrew, but Lee kind of just stepped up, and he, even last year we kind of changed our run scheme, and he was very much a north-south runner, and all of a sudden, we gave him some opportunities to get outside, and he made some good cuts. And over the summer, he really worked on his vision and finding those cuts, and he's done a really great job at staying on his path, and then find, when those lanes are there for the cutbacks and everything. He's been really good at that, and kind of stepping that up, and he's been doing good. But really, our line is, from the middle of last season, they've really grown by leaps and bounds. Those guys are just they're our dogs, and they want to eat. They continue to say we want to go eat, and they don't like our call pass. They want to keep running, so they're just doing an amazing job.
Hey, Coach, talk a little bit here about your portion of the bracket. You're at St. Anne in the first round. It's obviously going to be a very tough game if you get by that potential matchup with perennial power Polo. So just kind of talk a little bit. Always nice. One of the nice things about the playoffs is always that opportunity to play different teams. So talk about your kind of initial thoughts on your portion of the bracket here.
Yeah, I'm very excited, for that bracket. I think, we can do things very well. Looking at St. Anne, I think we have similar offensive schemes. So I think, that's going to be a really good game. I've got, we have a lot of confidence in our guys, and I know, you know, we're gonna make some plays, and I think, you know, it'll be up to our defense, and our defense have been doing a lot better. So I'm very confident there that they're gonna, you know, that they're gonna do a good job with there. And then, you know, Polo, yeah, they're a great team, you know, perennial power there. But you know, I think our guys just have, you know, it's going to be, I think, you know, we get to that second round, you know, if it's Polo or, you know, I think that's going to be a great game. And, you know, I think that'll be home. So, you know, you know, that's one, you know, I think that, you know, we don't want to look ahead, but, you know, definitely that's a matchup I think would really produce a really great game.
Coach, you said that you've broken just about every offensive and defensive record that the school has this year. You've set a new record for wins in a season. Obviously, you got to – I know that you're excited to go up against this bracket and show that you guys are definitely one of the best teams in the state. It's hard to argue that actually right now as well because, like we said, your two losses – are to division rivals in South Fork and Pawnee. Both those games were very close. Like you said, you're just a couple plays away from being 9-0. How has that culture changed for you, and what have you done to help drive that?
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, there's coach speak for everything. So, you know, obviously, I mean, I could spend hours finding that, but really it comes down to the players. And this senior group, we've got 12 seniors, and you know, there was 10 of them when they came in as freshmen. And right away, I was just telling them, hey, in 2-3 years, this team's going to be special. And it started last year, Oblong, the homecoming game. We came back and we won that game. And after that, really, that group really solidified and just they finally got it of what needed to get done. And there's just certain things this year that I didn't have to deal with. You know what? They took care of everything. And I think, you know, throughout the year, you know, I think we've had I would call one bad practice where just, you know, you guys didn't show up and everything. And then the next day, my seniors come to me and say, hey, you know what? We need to start with team offense and team defense. We can't end like we did yesterday on that. So, you know, it's those players, you know, and those players is really shown, and it, you know, it goes down because now the freshmen, the sophomores, juniors look to those seniors and say, hey, this is what our, you know, we talked about the MEL standard now. This is what that standard needs to be, and this is, you know, say, hey, this is how you need to do it. Not, you know, it's the right way is not the easy way. Or the line from Dan Camp was, you know, you got to love the process, but you don't know when the process will love you back. And so you just stay on that path. You stay on those things, and just the guys have just caught on to that. And I think throughout the whole school, it's kind of changed that whole mentality with and, you know, it's an exciting place to be here at Metro East Lutheran. And we're very excited to see what we can do the next couple weeks.
Yeah, and looking at your team, obviously you look pretty well balanced. You have Landon Jefferson and Isaac Breckmeyer as well, leading your way receiving wise.
Landon LJ, he was our leading receiver last year. I really haven't played him much this year just because we're trying to save him defensively. I think he's the defensive player of the year. I mean, he's just a beast there. But Isaac he's gotten some great opportunities. Tyler Calvert has done a great job at a tight end. You know, we have Ian Skelton's been good too. People know about Ian. Tyler's kind of been flying under the radar a bit, and just, you know, he's had some great plays. I think at one point he had 7 receptions and 5 touchdowns, and every touchdown was over 20 yards. So, you know, we've been very dynamic. You know, I want to have balance if we can there, and I think we've done a great job this year of getting that balance. And I think, you know, if we can continue that balance, it's going to be hard for teams to, you know, they got to pick what are you going to take away? And if they take something away, we've got other weapons to unleash.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have definitely proving that you're battle tested, ready to go. We're hoping that you can make big things happen here in the playoffs. We're excited to see what your Knights can do, and it's great for your school and your community to have this excitement built around it as well.
Yes, it's really because in the past, we haven't had much success, and it's maybe they'll come to the game, maybe they won't. I think it's been, you come to our field and I look at game time and it's packed like for every game this year. So I think, so I mean that the whole community's really kind of got around this group. And I think, they're very excited, to see if, definitely if we can end up with a home playoff game there too. I think we'll definitely be able to pack that. I think it's going to be a really great time. So I mean, everything with the school too, everything, is, kind of geared now. Football, this football, well, what's the sport that, but no, it's, once we have some success with that, it's great, to get more and more people there. And it's been a great year for that.
Awesome, Coach. Well, we wish you the best of luck moving forward. We appreciate you taking your time out to come on the show tonight as well.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Good luck, Coach Cook, and good luck to the Metro East Lutheran Knights as well.
All right.
We have another coach on the horn here. West Carroll coach Abe Sesteta. Coach S, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just here, buddy. Just here. Enjoying the moment while I can.
There you go. Well, let's take a look at what Joe's got your bracket pulled up. Look first who your first round opponent is here.
Coach, of course, you get the rematch from week 1, West
West
Central.
Central.
How we doing, Coach? Get that rematch from week 1 where you beat West Central 42-0. Obviously, you're going to see a different West Central team this time. And if you guys somehow get past that game, then you get the 2-seed South Fork there. Just kind of talk a little bit about your side of the bracket here and your initial thoughts on that.
Well, the bracket all together is just tough. I don't care what side you're on. I really believe there's a lot of good teams there. Yes, I've kept up with West Central, and I know Coach Kirby very well. It's not going to be the same team we played in week 1. They're going to be better prepared. They had 8 games. So, I know it's a tough one. South Fork, don't know much about them. Just watched a little bit here and there, whenever I had a little bit of opportunity, wasn't doing anything. Once you guys started mentioning that might be an opportunity, matchup. And then, one of my nemesis, your team there, Joe, Polo in there as well. So, one game at a time, though. You can't overlook anything.
Yeah, Coach, it's got to be nice to get away from the NUIC here for a little bit, play some different teams, doesn't it? When you look at that part of the bracket, you wouldn't see Milledgeville till the very end, you wouldn't see Polo till the semi. So you got to like that as far as the excitement for your kids to play some different teams.
Well, you know where I come from. I wouldn't count Amboy out of there as well, though. Just saying. Right. It might not be just saying. No, actually, it is interesting. South Fork, I've heard the school, even when I was at Amboy a couple of times, but never really seen anything. Had an opportunity, a little bit of familiar with West Central. I was with Amboy when we lost to them in the state championship. And so it is pretty cool to kind of go a different round and see some different teams, because every game you learn something from another school, brings something to offer, and then the South has their way they do things, in different areas. So you can pick up some things and you continue learning. That's the thing about 8-man football. You got to keep evolving as you go.
No, and that's the big thing. And we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Needed that big win maybe to get some confidence, and I think that came against South Beloit. That was a pretty surprising. I don't know, either team could have won, but I think how you guys won. And what was it going into that game, and what was it like after the game when you got that kind of signature win this year that should give you some confidence?
Well, in the season altogether, when we went to West Central, kind of piggyback a little bit what you guys, our whole goal was to ride out, but he got hurt. Week 2, I think we got to play him 2 plays. We couldn't even do that. Polo, we weren't even going to use him. They cleared him, but he was still a little bit limpy. And I ran him, I think, maybe 9 times in that game. It was bad. So it was finally good to say, okay, now we can go full steam with what we want to do. We can start, the play action, everything you got. It's funny because I heard Joe mention watching the show, and the first thing I did was I went and I got one of them wands and started checking my office. I was like, is my office bugged somewhere in here? Because we were just talking about this Friday night. I come on Sunday morning. Now he's talking about it. I'm like, no wonder getting some information out there. It was a great win. It really was. South Beloit, we played them tough last year. It was a tough game last year. They got some great kids, very athletic kids. I kind of saw the score. I haven't seen anything with that Polo, but I was just like 42-7. I'm like, wow, that must have been some kind of a game.
Yeah.
But as far as signature win, yeah. I'm sorry.
I was going
to say the signature part for me was that one. And okay, the signature win for me was really just the fact that our kids are learning that if you fall behind, you can still get momentum later. You don't have to win right off the bat. A lot of times, I think, especially last year, once we went down the other way, it was hard to come back from. And I think that's what we learned most about that South Beloit was, play quarter by quarter, half by half, and just try to win here and win there. And at the very end, if you do it that way and just continue playing the game of football, you can come out on the winning side.
Yeah, the only thing I'll leave on this one, and you probably your boys will understand this. So you got to tell them I really do enjoy the Barstool page from West Carroll. They do a pretty good job with that. I get a kick out of it. Now everybody's going to be going to that page.
The what page?
The Barstool page. So you probably don't even know about it, but you'll have to tell them. You have to tell your boys nice work on that. You probably don't.
I definitely will now.
You just outed him.
I don't. That's one of them. I don't.
They'll know what you're talking about.
Hey, Coach, it's Greg Armstrong from View from the West podcast.
Okay.
I kind of want to ask you a little big picture about just what's it mean to you in this program to just be in the mix and, be talking about exciting playoff games and talk about the brackets coming from where this program has come from. What's it mean to you and the community and the players to just be in this position, looking forward to the opportunity?
Oh, it's super exciting. My goal last year was just to win 5 games. 5 games to make a playoff. And then, we far exceeded that. I think we've improved this year. And then the community, just watching the excitement when, if you're in Mount Carroll, you can feel it. When you're in Savannah, if you're in Thompson, no matter where you go, they're talking the playoffs. Oh, if we do this and we can do that, which is something that wasn't there when I first got there. So it's really brought the communities together. The school, you can see a big difference in the school spirit in the hallways. And so it's been huge. It really is. And it's just so fun to just kind of step back and kind of watch what's going on. And I remind them that, this is barely year 2. A lot of the schools been there for a long time. And when I was at Amboy, I would still be there, but I think they're 5 years now. Polo and Amboy. I mean, not Polo. Polo's been there from the very beginning, but Milledgeville and Amboy has been there 5 years. So, we still have experience-wise, we're still like really far behind. This is barely year 2, and we've made it this far. If we can keep track, who knows what's going to happen the next couple of years.
Yeah, awesome. That's great.
Yeah, Coach, talk about your quarterback play. You've had Winter Harrington in there. We've also seen Brody Smith at times. With that built into having Roger LeBourne and Riker Bedimley as wide receivers, that helps set you up offensively to be able to get the ball in the air while you also have backs in Aiden Buckles and Jacoby Cropper doing things on the ground for you too.
Yes, I think that's very key. You don't want to be just so one-sided. And if you are, you got to have something just to keep the defensive honest here and there. But we've had some games where we spread it out. We've had some games where we got to see some other running backs have some very successful runs, and so that is the key. Is just to get as many kids in there, get as much experience, so that way when the time comes, hopefully they can rise to the occasion.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, Coach, and taking your time out of your busy evening here. We wish you guys the best of luck, and we're very excited with what your path looks like and where the Thunder can head to.
I do appreciate it. I do enjoy the show. I get it. I like to watch some of the comments though. Poor guys, man. Sometimes, they don't hold back on you guys, but but it's all good. It is fun. I appreciate you guys. I listen to it all the time.
Well, hey, we appreciate that as well. Yeah. If we get comments, it is what it is. It's part of the gig.
If we make people mad, I think we're doing it right. So,
well, good luck, Coach.
Hey, at the end of the day, I was gonna say, at the end of the day, you call it like you see it. That's all you can do, and that's how it goes. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. Good luck. All right. Well, that gives us a look at 8-man and gets us through quite a bit of coaches here in these playoffs. Joe, what stands out to you right now as we start to break down the bracket and look at that aspect of it?
I mean, there's a couple different ways you could start here. Obviously, you got Milledgeville and Amboy on the same side of the bracket. A lot of people feel they're maybe the two best teams, so we'll start there. But as we point out, many of the coaches point out, by far the most balanced bracket we've had since this 8-man's coming into existence here. Metro East Lutheran, for example, definitely not your typical 11 seed.
No.
I mean, that's a team that could really cause some problems for some teams. That St. Anne Metro East Lutheran 6-11 matchup, by far the most intriguing first-round matchup, in my opinion. I mean, that game has potential to be a classic. And Kyle, with this being an NUIC-led show, you have that possibility.
Don't say it.
I'm just saying the possibilities there, Kyle, of an all NUIC semifinal.
There is that possibility.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not calling that out.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, and it just takes me back to the 11-man days.
Yes.
Where how many times were 3 of the 4 in the quarters in the top half of the North bracket from the NUIC?
Well,
that happens a lot.
If we go back the last 4 years, we've had 2 different times where NUIC teams have represented 8-man in the state championships. Correct. Polo and Orangeville, and last year with Amboy and Milledgeville.
Right.
Every year since 2019, there's been an NUIC team in the 8-man state championship. So there's validation there to what some of these coaches are talking about with the North has proven that they are the most dominant. Right. How do we get our teams to build up to that? And I think Coach Talley said it best when he wanted to challenge himself in week 0 and take on Amboy. And it doesn't do nothing for you outside of the fact that you get to put yourself up in a game-like situation against one of the best teams in the state to really show your team where they need to build and grow at. And I think we've seen that play out with South Fork and Metro East Lutheran and Pawnee this year, to where they have really grown big time.
Yep.
And, we haven't been able to really get to, because of the way everything splits, we haven't been able to get it to see play out. You hear when we post the ratings, we get a lot of negative feedback when it comes to that, even though it's all computer generated. They think I'm just making this shit up or something, but it is what it is. Right. Yeah. Yep. And with that, there's opportunities here where we can start to see a Metro East Lutheran, a South Fork, and a Pawnee begin to rise up. It's going to be a lot of fun, but at the end of the day, from the get-go of the season, we've talked about it. Milledgeville and Amboy were the teams to beat. Entering these playoffs, they're still the teams to beat.
And you touched on it, Cal. You know, Coach Talley for Pawnee and Coach Hanlon for South Fork. They both touched on it themselves. That you got to beat the teams from the north. They mentioned it. If you want to get where you want to get, you're going to have to beat at least one of these teams at some point. So it's out there. But if there is a team, guys, from the South that I think can maybe make a run at this, I really do like South Fork, and I know it's easy to sit there and say that they're number 2 seed sitting at 9-0. But when you have a team that brought back 7 seniors on both sides of the ball, starters. I mean, the kids have been there. They understand. They have the goals. And other teams got a lot of seniors too. I get that, but it's just kind of a different feel for the South Fork team. And guys, a lot of times these Southern teams, it seems like maybe there's a cloud or whatever you want to say that maybe they can't run the football. South Fork can run the football.
George Bailey,
yes,
hello.
That's what I'm saying.
We've seen it all year long, man.
What happens in November? Who wins in November?
Run teams win in November, and South Fork has it.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I love tuning into George Bailey games because, especially here, I mean, we saw against the 3 toughest teams he had to play, St. Anne, Pawnee, Metro East Lutheran. The dude went off.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he's a man among boys.
That's why he's Kyle's guy.
Yes, I love the way he plays the game of football. It's fun to watch him play. South Fork has found something here, and they're playing with magic. And let's be honest, we've talked about it on our show a lot with Brody Van Hooser taking over for Colton Puchetti. He has done a phenomenal job running that offense for a guy who's never played high school football. And we've heard about it. We talked about it all season long, like you spoke to. A lot of seniors leading this team. South Fork's been a team that we've been talking about since day one because of the experience that they had. Granted, that was with Puchetti at offense, but even talking to Coach Hanlon back in the preseason, Brody Van Hooser is one of the guys that you talked about that is going to be a difference maker for this team, and he's done that.
Well, and I'm excited for that portion of the bracket too, Kyle, because West Carroll, if they get by West Central and they go down to South Fork, West Carroll will have a chance to play a big game against a team that's not Polo or Milledgeville.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yes.
I'm excited for the Thunder to be able to have that opportunity as well.
They don't have to run into a nemesis like
Well,
Coach S was talking
But
about.
but seriously, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That they have a chance to play in a big game like that, a different opponent.
And you can gauge where South Fork is at off of West Carroll. That's the thing. We have all seen them with our eyes of what they are and what they aren't. And we'll see what a South Fork team can do to them if the seeding play out as hypothetically.
I was gonna say, well, we're talking about South Fork and kind of how they are, one of those teams we're looking at in the South. From our listening area, the Galva story is great. We just talked to West Carroll's head coach, and Galva's on a track that maybe is even more impressive. They hadn't made the playoffs as their own program since '94. Like, it's crazy.
They're still celebrating that down in Galva.
Coach Anderson's getting after it tonight.
So he's really excited about his group, and I think that their game of the year was against Ridgewood, and nobody gave much of a chance in that one, just based on recent track record, and they kind of went out there and played with nothing to lose. So I think that what they're doing right now is really exciting. They have a tall task. They're going on the road to a 9-0 football team in the opening round of the playoffs, but I just wanted to give them, a shout out here. He really likes the guys he's got, and speed, Blake Stahl, JP Sloan. He likes what they've kind of, because it's hard to turn a program around, right? And it's hard to kind of change the culture. And so I think they're taking one step in doing that, and see what they can do come playoff time against a really good South Fork team. But for me, looking at it every year, it kind of year over year becomes, is there a team from the South that can get that signature win, whether it's in the semifinals or if it was in a state championship game? It feels like this year we're inching closer to it. I don't know if it happens. We're going to wait and see how it plays out, but it feels like we're getting closer.
Oh, I agree. I think Joe is feeding off that same sentiment too. I mean, we watched South Fork and we said that they had to prove it. And when they went and played Pawnee, that environment was huge. I mean, I was going to make the trip down. I had some other things come up that kept me back, but I know some people from Amboy were there. There were people from other parts of the state that were there. And you could just, I watched it on TV. You could feel the energy that was there. And it was great to see. And man, South Fork had a night that night.
Yep. Yeah, you look at these potential maybe second round matchup guys in that one side of the break. You got a potential of South Fork versus West Carroll, and then Polo versus that St. Anne Metro East Lutheran winner. I mean, those are potentially great second round games just to get to a semifinal.
Yeah.
I mean, so and you know, you look at the other side, Brad, of course, everyone's gonna be talking about Milledgeville and Amboy. But if there's another team on there, I still think South Beloit, I know they struggled these last 2 weeks against Polo and West Carroll, but I still think that's a team with a lot of guys that can make big plays happen. And then again, of course, you still got Pawnee sitting there at 8-1 with their quarterback Caden Ward. So you know, there are some other teams that could make a run at this on that side of the bracket besides Milledgeville and Amboy. So we'll see what happens, guys. I'm excited. I can't wait for it, and we'll let the games be decided on the field.
All right. Well, it's that time though, because we're gonna get ready to take a break here and then go into our 11-man stuff. With that said, Joe, we're gonna start with you of all.
You're
people.
starting with me?
Yes, sir. Okay, no, we'll start with Jay. We'll start with Jay. Jay,
I am pretty been solid from the beginning of who my winner will be. I don't know who they will be playing, but I don't know if it's more of want, hope, want to see it happen. I want to see Milledgeville win a state title this year. Coach Roble, I love the way his football team plays. I am for teams that you know, they were there last year and fell short, and you got a group that came back and they seem to be on a mission. Just want them to stay healthy. I want to see them hoist the trophy, and I'm going to go with more of my heart wanting it than anything. I'm gonna go with Milledgeville.
And also the second smallest enrollment in 8-man football this year.
Yes,
how cool would that be?
98 kids.
And I'm always one of them. I always took pride. We were always the smallest when I coached, the smallest 11-man team that played football. To see what Milledgeville is doing with the enrollment under 100,
right?
With what some of the 8-man game stuff has in it, but to see what Milledgeville is doing under 100, I think that's where the other part of me wants to see this senior group get the job done, and I hope they do.
All right.
You going? Are you
yeah,
going?
I'll go.
All right.
I'll go, and then I'll pass the baton.
That sounds good.
All right. Out of that first part, that the left side of the bracket there, Milledgeville, obviously the favorite for me to get to the semifinals. The bottom side, Amboy is my favorite to get to the semifinals. If that hypothetically happens to the way the seeds are laid out, Amboy's going to be the host of that game.
Correct.
So it'd be Milledgeville at Amboy, hypothetically speaking, at the harbor.
At your
at
place.
the harbor.
At the harbor.
I know people are going to say I'm just picking the easy way out. I see Amboy getting revenge on the Missiles. Not saying that's okay. The other side, I'm really, really intrigued. West Central, I think, will give West Carroll a better game this time around. Mm-hmm. This is week 10, not week 1. But I've talked about it a lot. I like where South Fork's at. Coach Hanlon's excited. That team is playing at another level right now. I like South Fork getting to the semifinals.
But
I'm really intrigued about the Metro East Lutheran game against Polo, hosting Polo down in Edwardsville.
Yeah.
I'm picking Polo, though. Until I see it.
Yep.
I think that Metro East Lutheran can do that. I think they can. Yeah. I think it's going to be a great game. I've seen a lot of what Polo can do, and they're healthy right now. I like where they're at. South Fork gets to the state championship game to play Amboy.
Where would that game be at, Kyle? South Fork or Polo?
If it goes how we think, that would be in Polo.
That's
assuming
correct.
If Polo has to go to Edwardsville in the second round, then they would host South
But
Fork.
if St. Anne wins, then it would be at
South Fork.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Kyle.
So Amboy gets the 3-peat.
All right. So I will be talking about a team that played in that game last year against Amboy, but I brought a prop along with me, like a high school kid committing Give me the missiles, baby. Give me the missiles. Let's go, Kyle.
Is that Coach Robles?
This a gift. It was a gift.
The Coach Robles will give you that.
It was a gift from Kyle Leach several years ago, so I hope I see him in Monmouth. The Missiles are going to be playing for a state title, and they're getting it done this year. They're getting the job done.
So I like that you said, give me the missiles. I said that last year on your show.
That's right.
And then I got to hear Coach Powers bring it back on me later.
We all heard it on the field. Yeah, exactly. So there we go. There you go. Get all fitted
I
up.
like it. So we went Milledgeville, Amboy, Milledgeville so far.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to agree with Kyle as far as the 4 teams that will make the semifinals. Milledgeville versus Amboy, South Fork versus Polo. I'm not saying it'll be an easy road for some of those games to happen, but that's who I'm picking right now. And I'm going to have Amboy versus Polo in the state championship game.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Don't have a winner yet.
Okay. You got
Can you pick against Polo?
I was gonna say,
Are you allowed to
I
pick against
can.
Polo?
I can.
I would say on my side, I never said my other side. I would have Polo playing Milledgeville also, but I have Milledgeville.
That would be the ultimate battle of the blacktop trophy there.
That's
wouldn't
what
it?
Jeremy Castle said earlier on
Yeah,
the show.
Polo
I
and
can't get
Milledgeville.
back to that comment, but he said battle
And of
the
course, I had
blacktop.
somebody say to me today, well, if it's Polo and Milledgeville, why can't they play that game in Sterling? I'm like, well, that's not where the state championship game's at, but that would be fun.
Yeah,
It would.
But
Agreed. But
it
let's
it
go to
is so
Monmouth.
tough to pick against Milledgeville, everything they've done. I don't know, something just telling me Amboy right now, and I don't know what it is.
Well-
But we'll see what happens.
Well, I think with any of those 3 teams, whether you're talking Coach Payne, Coach Roble, down the line with the, when you talk to the coaches, you root for them, right? So it's not as easy just to say, yep, we'll pick Milledgeville, because I would be happy if Polo or Amboy won, right?
Right.
It's kind of one of those picks. It's like you sit back and it's like you want to see a group that's been so close get it, and team, Milledgeville has been knocking on the door for so long, and Polo, and for me, Polo and Amboy have won, right? So it's
Right.
like that's where it's like I want to see the missiles do it, but
Yeah, 8-man football. It's still football, baby.
oh shit.
Love it.
All I know
It's
is it should be a fun 4 weeks here, guys.
Yep.
And that it really is setting up for a great state championship game at Monmouth College, no matter whether it's South Fork, Polo, Milledgeville, Amboy, or even there's still a few other teams, guys, that maybe might surprise somebody here.
There will be upsets.
I don't care if any of the top 10 make it. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, without a doubt.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, that takes the 8-man side of it. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back to All right, welcome back. We're going to get ready to talk about 11-man football, and right off the bat, the 1A bracket has been released. Joe, you got that bracket in front of you?
I sure do.
All right, let's hear what we have in Class 1A.
All right, so let's start with the number 1 seed Stockton. They'll be hosting number 16 seed Galena. 8 seed Princeville will be taking on 9 seeded Hayworth. 4 seeded Clifton Central taking on 13 seed Knoxville. 5 seed Rushville Industry will be hosting the 12 seed Dwight. Moving to the bottom portion of that north bracket, 2 seed Annawan-Wethersfield, Co-op taking on 15 seed Toulon Stark County. 7 seed Chicago Crane against 10 seed Deer Creek Mackinac. 3 seeded Lena Winslow taking on the 14 seed Forreston Cardinals. And the 6 seed Gibson City Melvin Sibley hosting 11 seed Ottawa Marquette. Moving to the south portion of the bracket, number 1 seed 9-0 Hardin Calhoun hosting 16 seed Villa Grove. 8 seeded Greenfield Northwestern Co-op hosting 9 seed Sessor Valier Co-op. 4 seeded Casey Westfield hosting 13 seed Bridgeport Red Hill. 5 seeded Tuscola hosting the 12 seed Nokomis. And we move down to the bottom part of the bracket. 2 seeded Camp Point Central hosting number 15 seed Winchester West Central Co-op. 7 seed Brown County hosting 10 seeded Athens. And the 3 seed Dupo against the 14 seed Cantlin Salt Fork. And to round out the 1A bracket, the 6 seed 50 Oakwood versus the 11 seed Carrollton. So there is your 1A bracket for 2025.
Yeah, so like you said, getting a couple teams there from the NUIC meeting up in the first round obviously is a big disappointment for our area. What other big games stand out to you?
Well, I mean, you got another conference matchup there too, Annawan-Wethersfield versus Stark County, that 2-15 matchup.
Yep.
You know, I'll be honest, guys. It's a little. I don't want to say disappointing. Not disappointing anytime you make playoffs, but you would have liked seeing Galena and Forreston see how they do against somebody else.
Yeah,
let's be honest. Yeah, let's just call it what it is.
No doubt about it. Yeah,
because we saw what Galena did last year when they got away from the NUIC.
Mm-hmm.
What were they 6-3 last year? And they made that run to the quarter.
They were 5-4.
Might have been
Same
5-4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I really liked how Forreston was playing overall going in. You know, but obviously they're going to have a tough game against Lena and Winslow. That'll be a rematch of week 1. Very intriguing 6-11 matchup there, Greg. Gibson City Melvin Sibley versus your out of Marquette team. That's a very intriguing first round game.
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago I didn't. I mean, if you listen to our podcast, I didn't really know what to make of Marquette, and they've had 3 pretty good wins against 3 big wins against LLC opponents, and then Morrison out of the NUIC. None of those teams Knoxville was a playoff team. But none of those teams I think were great, the best in their conference, but they were convincing wins. So I'm interested to see what Marquette. The one matchup that stands out to me, Rushville Industry and Dwight. Dwight got a win over Oregon this week in week 9, which kind of surprised me. I didn't see that one coming.
Right.
So I'm kind of curious to see if they can get that upset against a Rushville team that's played pretty well this year. I don't know. What else do you look at, Kyle?
I look at this, both north and south. You have the 2 teams that are the favorites, north and south.
Right.
Lena Winslow and Stockton are on opposite sides.
Yeah.
Calhoun and Camp Point Central are on opposite sides.
Yeah, there you go.
Obviously, what's going to be fun in that south bracket, Brown County Athens first round, and then the winner gets to meet up with most likely Camp Point Central.
Well, I think the best thing about it is what you said, Kyle, to piggyback on that is first thing that comes out as an NUIC guys is hoping that NUIC teams don't play each other. Well, that's going to happen sometimes, right?
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that your 2 best teams are on opposite sides of the bracket. That did happen. And like you said, on the other side, a Camp Point and a Calhoun who have been favored, are on opposite sides. So all in all, everything comes to fruition. You'll have a great semifinal game coming on. But yeah, just disappointing because you want to see a Forreston and Galena. But it happens. You got to win more games and get away from it.
Hey, Greg, 2 seed there, Annawan-Wethersfield. I know you've probably seen them more than maybe we have. And they've seen Lena before in the playoffs. This will not be the first time. Give me some of your thoughts on if that matchup would happen in the quarters, if it does, Annawan-Wethersfield versus Lena Winslow.
I mean, we've already joked about it. Run teams win in November, right? That's what Annawan-Wethersfield's going to do. I think they've kind of tried to put some things out there the last couple of weeks, just kind of maybe testing themselves. They've thrown the ball a little bit, but overall, they're really a run-heavy team. Maddox Heitzler, Devin Orey, and Nick Thurston are the three guys that really do the job, and they all kind of complement each other pretty well. Heitzler coming out of the quarterback position, and the other two being kind of that thunder and lightning type of thing you see from Alina Winslow with Schlichting and Wild. I think, the big challenge is that they've played great in the Lincoln land, but they're going to play down the road. If they win some games, they're going to be challenged against maybe the NUIC or some other teams. I think they're going to have to show up and answer the call. Now, that Annawan-Wethersfield program over the years has been good, but we saw them lose against Annawan-Wethersfield, against Lena Winslow in the semifinals, I believe. So, that's the challenge for them, right? Is to get over that NUIC hump on this northern side of the bracket. But they're a good team, and they've done everything they've needed to do within their schedule so far, and more. They played really well.
Yeah, I agree. And, if everything were to play out as hypothetically as it is, A-Dub's going to be hosting Lena Winslow.
Yeah. That would be what, quarters?
Yep.
Correct.
Now, Kyle, who are you thinking that top of the bracket maybe could give Stockton trouble there before they would maybe make their semifinal run? I just don't know if I don't know enough about these teams. Who are you liking there in that top of the bracket other than Stockton?
Well, Coach Carruthers at Princeville always puts something together good. We've seen him be a tough out in the playoffs in past recent years. Matt Surdix.
I was going to say, don't sleep on Surdix.
Our guy Clifton Central is there. I don't know if they're going to – we got to see that play out firsthand last year with Lena Winslow.
Right.
Clifton Central obviously has a new head coach that has continued to keep them going in the right direction. They returned a lot of kids from last year's team, so they got a little bit more experience there. Rushville, we've talked about Rushville Industry quite a bit here as well. And I don't want to dismiss Hayworth either. They're coming out of that Heart of Central Illinois Conference, very tough conference. And I've talked about it all year. It's hard to put a finger on what the Heart of Central Illinois Conference is right now. I think that 8-9 matchup is going to be huge. And we'll see what happens. But, man, you almost have to say Stockton's got a great draw.
That's kind of where I was leaning.
I was about to say, I think Lena Winslow, if we're looking at the favorites, the big hitters, right? And I'm not discounting anybody else, but the teams we think could make a run, I think Lena Winslow's path would be harder than Stockton's. And that would make sense because they're the 2 seed compared to the 1.
You could make a case that maybe Stockton's toughest game before Lena would be that first round game against Galena.
Yeah.
Only beat them 30-12 in regular season rivalry. 2 schools that know each other very well. So
we'll touch back on this later. Let's get to Class 2A because that is now released. Let's get through there. We'll definitely come back and venture into that because we'll have our picks later down the road. But give us a look at Class 2A, Joe.
Well, that's 1A. Let's get to 2A.
All right, so 2A bracket, North bracket, the 1 seed, Taylor Ridge, Rock Ridge. They'll take on 16 seed Carthage, Illini West. The 8 seed Chicago Richards will be hosting 9 seeded Downs Tri-Valley. 4 seed Seneca taking on the 13 seed Port Byron Riverdale. 5 seed Wilmington, they'll be hosting 12 seeded Hamilton West Hancock. The 2 seed El Paso Gridley taking on 15 seeded Chicago Marshall. 7 seed Sterling Newman taking on 10 seed Colfax Ridgeview Lexington Co-op. 3 seed Farmington taking on the 14 seed from the NUIC, the EPC Wildcats. And the 6 seed Aurora Christian taking on 11 seeded Erie Prophetstown. Moving to the South bracket, 1 seeded Johnston City hosting 16 seed Trenton Westclin. 8 seed Chester taking on the number 9 seed Maroa Forsyth. 4 seeded Flora taking on 13 seeded Nashville. 5 seed Pana taking on 12 seed Bismarck Henning. 2 seed Westville hosting 15 seed Shelbyville. 7 seed Duquesne taking on 10 seed Carlinville. The 3 seed Arthur hosting 14 seeded Marshall. And rounding out the 2A bracket, 6 seed Toledo Cumberland taking on 11 seeded Sullivan. So that is your 2A bracket for 2025.
Joe, I appreciate it. We're having technical. We're trying to get the graphic showed up, but you read through it beautifully.
It's on the other computer. We need another computer.
Man,
no, it's not on the other computer.
It's here. It's just not wanting to show up.
Anyway,
talk through it. I'll get through it. Yep.
Well, so let's take a look here. We got Rockridge against Illini West. Obviously, Rockridge is a lot of people's one of the people's favorite. You have Wilmington sitting there in a 5 seed, and we've talked about Wilmington a lot this year. And would they fall into the 2A field? Here they are, the tallest team, the highest enrolled team in the 2A playoffs, sitting at that 5 seed at 8-1. That one loss is to Morris, who was ranked in Class 5A at the time of that game. And Wilmington actually had that game in their grasp to win before losing it on a drive late in the 4th quarter. Seneca's right there. We're going to have Coach Terry Maxwell on the show later here tonight as well, so it'll be interesting to talk about that. We've talked a lot about El Paso Gridley and where they've been here recently as well. Farmington EPC.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I'm excited for that matchup. Obviously, Farmington has come off of a semifinal run a season ago, but a little bit of some Twitter back and forth here and there definitely has me primed and ready for this one. This might be where I end up on round 1 weekend, so we'll see what happens. Obviously, Newman Central Catholic is sitting in there. I think they're going to have a good opportunity to be a menace in this 2A bracket. And then another team I've really looked at a lot this year that hasn't gotten a lot of publicity, but that 6 seed in Aurora Christian. You know, Coach Beebe's put a team together that has 2 losses to the likes of Bishop McNamara and Chicago Hope. And they've played them both very tough.
Yeah, all in all, it looks like a solid bracket to me. I think there's several teams, that could make a little run here in this bracket. So,
well, that's the one thing that we've talked about all year with the 2A bracket. You know, at the beginning of the year, we were like Maroa Forsyth and Tri-Valley are going to be the teams to beat, right? And everybody else is going to be there, but it was going to be interesting to see how it played out. We felt like the 2A bracket was the most vulnerable. And then ISBE got the numbers messed up and Wilmington dropped into the 2A look ahead. And then everybody was talking about how great the Wildcats are. And they are, don't get me wrong. You know, they've done a great job and deserve that responsibility. I mean, they've been number 1 in our state rankings all year since we've thrown them into our 2A state rankings. But, very, very, very fun field here for sure. I think this is going to be a lot of fun to watch it break out. That south side, Johnston City, Maroa Forsyth met up in the semifinals a season ago. That could be a potential 2nd round matchup. Obviously, Maroa Forsyth. Good job, Greg.
Yeah, that was a battle. That was a fight. We got there.
That Maroa Forsyth team, Coach Jostis obviously has a lot of great things going on there, but look at that. Where are you getting a coach on the show?
Val's. Hey, I wanted to mention real quick, what's interesting is Maroa Forsyth lost 2 games down the stretch, almost lost last night in their week 9 game, and they find themselves on the road when I think 4 weeks ago, a lot of us would have said, maybe we still do say, they're a chance to make it to the state title game. And they find themselves on the road in week 1. I don't know how much of a difference it makes if you're that good, but just you see the difference it makes when you lose a game or 2.
Well, yes, that's true. What I also see is a Pana team led by Hall of Famer Mark Ramsey there. They're going to have a good matchup in round 1 there with BHRA, who's had let's be honest, they had a week 9 loss this yesterday that they felt that they shouldn't have lost, but did. And then Westville is a team out of that same conference as Bismarck Henning, and Westville's just been dominating everybody all season long. So that'll be interesting. DuQuoin definitely stands out as well. DuQuoin usually has some tough teams. Usually they're a 3A team that their enrollment has dropped enough to where they're now in the 2A field, along with Carlinville as a fact, and then you get to play in the first round. I'm intrigued by that game too. So I think 2A in general is going to be a lot of fun. I think 2A North is going to be a ton of fun.
Yes.
2A South, I bet you could give me two of those teams, and we're going to find one of them in the state championship.
Yep.
Let's move. You
Yes.
got 3A field ready?
Fingers crossed. I hope so.
That way we can get that bracket released, and then we can start talking to some coaches again.
Did it do it again? You got to be kidding me.
So,
all right.
I will say on that while we get this up, the tough thing is, yes, a couple weeks ago we probably thought Maroa. The thing that those losses does is just make your road a lot harder, because now you're on the road week 1 versus a higher seed in Chester, and if you win that game, you got to play the 1 seed, you know, and not saying you can't win that game, but you know, you'd be at home, which would be a positive.
Right.
But you know, you just like to set yourself up to get a game or two in before you do it, especially what they were looking like a couple weeks ago.
Correct. Yeah.
3A.
All right, start reading it, and I hope that I have it here.
All right, let's take a look at the 3A bracket here. We'll start in the north. Number 1 seed, 9-0 Richmond Burton, hosting the 16 seed North Boone from the Big Northern Conference. 8 seed Chicago Noble Rauner versus the 9 seed Aurora Central Catholic. 4 seed 9-0 Bloomington Central Catholic hosting the 13 seed Princeton. 5 seed Monmouth Roseville from the Three Rivers taking on 12 seed Mantino. Byron, they get the 2 seed. They'll take on conference foe number 15 seed, the Oregon Hawks. 7 seeded Johnsburg taking on the 10 seed, the Dupek Rivermen from the NUIC. 3 seed Kankakee McNamara hosting 14 seeded Herscher. 6 seed Chicago Hope Academy hosting Elmhurst IC Catholic. So moving to the bottom portion, the south part of the bracket, 1 seed Williamsville 9-0 taking on 16th seed Hillsboro. 8 seed Petersburg Porta Co-op hosting 9 seed Fairfield. 4 seed Toledo Unity hosting the 13 Mount Carmel. 5 seed Monticello taking on the 12 seed Paris. 2 seed Vandalia taking on 15 seed Christopher Ziegler Royalton Co-op. 7 seed Stanford Olympia hosting 10 seeded Greenville. And rounding out the bracket with the 3 seed Benton hosting 14 seed St. Joseph Ogden. And the 6 seed West Frankfort hosting 11 seed Roxana. So there is your 3A bracket.
Have we talked about Roxana recently? Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
We're not going there, Greg. Not tonight. Not tonight. Let's not ruin what we got going.
Hey, can I start real quick? I think it's really interesting when, obviously, let's not beat around the bush. Everybody hates it when the big metro Catholic schools get in these brackets, right? But it is kind of funny that you see Hope Academy and IC Catholic play each other. And the next round, if they win, they'll most likely play Bishop Mac. So within the first 2 rounds, they're going to be knocking each other out. I just think it's kind of interesting, kind of funny, because, you know, this group and a lot of people around the state get fired up when they see these teams sprinkled in.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, obviously, Bishop McNamara has had a couple transfers come in from Bradley Bourbonnais that has definitely helped them build up to a higher level. With that, neither one of those two are going to stand up to what IC Catholic is.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, they've played a tough CCL schedule.
Absolutely.
You know, they've gone against the likes of Marist, St. Rita,
I was gonna say, they just played St.
Naz
Rita.
Academy.
Yep.
They're not jacking around with you. And let's be honest there too. They missed the playoffs last year. They were one of the last teams out at 4 and 5. They're back in the playoffs now. Coach Kraft wants that championship back.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, absolutely. I look at, you know, on that same side of the bracket, Byron sitting at the number 2 seed at 9-0. So they don't go all the way up to, you know, it's not setting up for a semifinal matchup, but it would be a quarterfinal matchup potentially against that IC Catholic team. They played in the second round last year, right? Byron went for 2, came up literally inches short. I mean, the ball was right on the goal, right next to the goal line.
Yep.
So
same play happened the year before that.
And they got it. And they got it. Exactly. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah. No, I think that you know, that's the hard part is you got IC Catholic and Byron in a quarterfinal drawdown. I don't like it for Dupek. You know, I was hoping that they could at least get a better path here, me personally. But you know, it is what it is. They got to face the beast. They know they got to face that beast because next year that's going to be a conference opponent anyway.
Yep.
I do like Coach Knoll and Richmond Burton up there at the top as they drop into the 3A line here.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bloomington Central Catholic just adds another big monster of a team there.
Yeah.
And we're going to have Coach Brock on in a little bit here too to talk about that. But going up against a Princeton team on top of that,
yeah,
man,
it's interesting. Like this doesn't appear, this hasn't been the same Princeton team that we've seen in years past.
Right.
But I still think it's Coach Pearson and it's Casey Etheridge is still there. A lot of those guys that have been there, done that. I think that, you know, if any team who comes in with a 6-3 record, this could be a dangerous 6-3 because they're ready for the moment. You know, what's interesting is that Bloomington Central Catholic ended up in this bracket because they were right on the line of going south or north.
Yeah.
So they've fallen to north now, which I think a lot of teams are kind of saying, man, I wish you would have went the other direction.
Yeah. So I had Ryan Schneerly from Bloomington reach out to me earlier in the day, and that was one of the things that came up, and it was talked about on Susie's show on Friday Night Drive last night too, was what's going to be the difference, because South Shore, Chicago South Shore, and Benton were both same record or
identical
enrollment. Where's it going to split? And I said I think they're going to lean Benton because of travel. There's less travel if they go 3A rather than going 4A.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's exactly what happened here. And that just makes this 3A North bracket even more troublesome than what it already was. But man, do we have some heavy hitters here. You cannot tell me that the favorite for the state title isn't in this bracket right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Yep.
Yeah, the main thing you look at when you look at it is you start playing the game is who will have the home game from IC and Byron.
Yeah.
You know, and how that plays out, whether Dupek can beat a Johnsonburg and the Herscher and Bishop game. All of those games are going to matter, and who gets that home game with IC Catholic and Byron, and that's going to be big for that game if those two teams meet.
If you're a Byron fan right now, you're rooting for Dupek.
Exactly.
Because you need Dupek to win that game.
No doubt about it.
And then that quarterfinal comes to Byron.
Exactly.
No doubt about it.
So,
absolutely.
So those are things like outside of it that I look at, because it's like clearly they're the two top teams in that bottom part. Like it would be a huge upset if one of them lost. Everyone's already looking at that game, and then it's going to be where it's going to be played at.
Right. No, you're right there. And what about Richmond Burton just cakewalking it to the quarterfinals? Let's be honest.
I mean, that's a nice draw for Richmond Burton.
I mean,
my God,
we always look at Chicago, you know, the Chicago schools and say, well, there's a win for whoever they're playing. We usually can chalk that up. In this case, I think the Chicago school could win if you've looked at
Aurora Central
Catholic's schedule, and their playoff points are nothing. Everybody they've beaten are 1, 2, 3 wins.
That shouldn't even be a playoff.
It's crazy how they've kind of gotten through it.
I should say that they won the game.
They're an independent. They scheduled an independent schedule, and for a program that has struggled over the years,
it's good for them.
They found a way to find some success, and so they get here, but it's not a real. They don't have a real strong resume. So yeah, for Richmond Burton, to your point, it does set up really nice for them to kind of get through the first couple rounds, and you'd think, you know, have a big matchup. I don't want to discard our local teams. I think Bloomington Central Catholic at 9-0 is a favorite there. I want to see what Monmouth Roseville can do.
Yeah.
When you're looking at that 5 seed as well, they would be challenged, I think, against either a Princeton or a Bloomington Central Catholic. But yeah, I think it's the top of that bracket, that 3A bracket. That's a lot of fun.
All right, we got Coach Toby Vallis from Farmington on the call here. Let's get him in here and pick his brain, because we always enjoy talking to Coach Vallis.
There he is.
Kyle's guy.
There he is. Coach, how you doing tonight? Thanks for joining the show.
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yep.
All right. Good deal. Good deal. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look. Joe, where did you have them in the draw here?
So, Coach, you guys got the 3 seed, and you're going to be hosting EPC. Just kind of give us your initial thoughts on that first round matchup there.
I think that's probably the toughest matchup of any of the higher seeds. And I know you guys know a little bit about EPC, but I think it's going to be a very good game. We got tremendous respect for them, and obviously that conference is second to none when it comes to small schools. So obviously not exactly who, if you let me pick, it'd have been a little bit different probably, but you're going to play who you get, and we're happy to be a part of it.
Has the HSA ever asked you like who you want to play? That they haven't done that, huh?
No, I'm going to write that proposal. Everybody else is writing theirs. So I'm going to propose that I just pick.
Hey, we said that we weren't going to talk about proposals tonight, but I like where you're going. So Coach, obviously you made a semifinal run last year. You have a great team again this year. We've talked about it several times and talking on View from the West show as well about your guys' opportunity to make another deep run. You guys healthy? You guys getting ready and prepared for this run?
We are healthy, and that's one thing we talked about last year, or at the beginning of this year. We said, are we as deep and as loaded as we were last year? We're not, but can we be as good if we're all healthy as the team we put out there in the semifinal? And we thought we could do that, and we're sitting in that situation right now. We're all healthy this year, and we were a mash unit at this time last year.
Yeah, that was one of the things that stuck out last year was you guys went into the playoffs hobbled and you made a great run and just came up short against a very tough Chicago Christian team.
Coach, talk a little bit about, this year's team. We talked about this year's team compared to last year's team. How much fun is it to enter the playoffs, to give this new group an opportunity? Obviously, Jack Grunwald is a huge piece for you as that veteran presence and several other guys too, but with a lot of guys that maybe were hungry to prove themselves, and here you sit at 9-0 heading into a playoffs.
Yeah, such a different season because last year we had so many kids that started as juniors and sophomores, and they came out and did exactly what I thought they would do. And then this year we have so many kids that were new, and you've just watched that growth, throughout the year. And obviously our schedule allows us a little flexibility and a little bit of an ability to grow without paying too hard a penalty on it. And, we're aware of that, but we've got to take the step against some teams that, don't have that luxury. And there's just different things with these different schedules. So.
Hey, so you guys have gone through the LLC large, never losing a conference game. And you have to go all the way back to 2015, the last time that you guys lost a conference game.
No, we lost to Macomb.
That success.
We lost to Macomb a couple years ago.
Oh, that's right.
There it is. I like to forget that one too, so I appreciate you doing that. But
you guys have built some great culture there. You guys had over 100 players out last year, which is hard to fathom with a school of your size and having that many people go out for the team. Talk about that a little bit as to how your team is shaping up here.
Yeah, I think that's the key to our success. Everybody wants to know, and not every program is built on something different, but we have every able-bodied boy out there for the most. I mean, I think in my mind right now, there's 2 kids I went out for football that aren't out, and they both told me they think they're playing next year. So, I mean, that's the key to what we've done is all of our kids have bought in. They all play every sport, for the most part. And that's kind of been that camaraderie among sports has kind of been, I think, what's really been our key to success. I think I always tell people, if you have 25 seniors out, you're going to be successful. We tend to have 25 seniors out most years.
Yeah, that's huge.
Coach, talk about, as the season goes on, the progression of your quarterback, Carson Noy. He's been a name that we've become very familiar with. What did you see in him? And, has he exceeded expectation, or kind of what did you think coming into where he's at now?
So, early on, before I knew him very well, I said, there's no way he'll be able to start. Just from a mental aspect, coming straight from JFL into high school football, it's almost a different sport. And early on, he struggled, but he was our best option. But he's really grown and really become more mature, more comfortable with himself. And I've just seen his confidence skyrocket, and that's really changed changed what he's done. So a lot of growth.
Well, Coach, we got a lot of stuff going on tonight, and we really appreciate you coming on the show. I'm looking forward to a trip down to Farmington this upcoming week as well. I think that you're right. You definitely got the hardest draw for a top 3 seed. It definitely has me very intrigued, and looking to see how you can replicate the run that you had last year, perhaps even get it to normal. We wish you the best of luck moving forward with that as well.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me and appreciate everything you're doing for football. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
All right. Next on the line here, we have Annawan-Wethersfield head coach Tony Grip. Coach Grip, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing all right, sir. We're doing all right. Hey, so you guys come in, you guys locked up the number 2 seed, and then you get to turn right back around and play a conference foe in Stark County. Tell us about that matchup. What do you see? What do you got going on here? And just talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, a rivalry game. It's always a big one against Stark. I'm sure the place will be packed no matter what day it's going to be. But, Stark County's well coached. Nord's done it a long time. He's going to have his kids prepared. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of things that they probably haven't shown yet. And they're going to give us our best shot. So.
Hey, Coach Greg Armstrong from View from the West. You already played Stark County at home and Annawan. Can we get a playoff game in Annawan?
I don't make those decisions.
Okay, fair. Good answer. Coach, talk about your kind of 3-headed rushing attack and what you've done so well, and kind of what are you looking at as the season progresses? Matic Heitzler, Devin Orey, Nick Thurston, they could get the job done when their number's called. They complement each other pretty well. What do you like about your offense headed in?
Yeah, I think, the biggest thing is when, somebody might not be having their best game or, not having it that night. We got a couple different options to go to. And honestly, it's just all about kind of riding the hot hand. Maddox makes our life a lot easier on offense because we can do a lot of misdirection stuff. And, Devin's kind of the lightning, whereas Nick's kind of the thunder. So we got, kind of a couple speed guys. And then we got a little heavier kid that can, run the ball down your throat and lower your shoulder a little bit too. But our offensive line has done a tremendous job all year. And honestly, it's been a pleasant surprise. We didn't really know going into the year and over the summer, who was going to be there. We kind of put some pieces together and they meshed really, really well, and they developed pretty fast.
Coach, talk about, the bracket and, maybe we don't want to look ahead, but we kind of look ahead. Maybe you can't as a coach, but what do you see just overall in that 1A North bracket when you look around and not looking ahead, but just kind of observing the bracket? What do you see?
Yeah, well, I mean, I honestly have no idea what, like DMAC or Crane have. Honestly, I haven't seen any film on either team or anything like that. Obviously, Lena's on our side, which, to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? So, if we get to that point, and they get to that point, that'll be, a tough test for us, and that'll be great. And then obviously the top side, Stockton's clearly as good as advertised, but, I don't know what Clifton has, I don't know what Dwight has. We always say we try to keep to ourselves, honestly, and just focus on us. But, being in the North, everybody knows who the NUIC is. And, that's kind of always what you want to be. And, everybody can say, well, maybe it's different this year. Maybe it's different this year. And, I'm not ill to the fact that, Stockton, Galena, Forreston, Lena, they're in it every year. And, we have a really, really good program, but we're still chasing those guys. Right. So, having the opportunity to potentially play one or two of those teams down the road is, what we want to have.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for. I mean, I like where you're definitely sitting in the bracket. We talked about it on Greg's show here last week or 2 weeks ago on Instant Reacts as well about, you guys have become the team that a lot of people are starting to watch because of the success that you guys have built around your program. You've had a couple semifinal runs there dating back to like 2015 as well. So you guys are always in the mix, it seems. And, I like the opportunities that you have, as like Greg said, looking ahead at your opportunity at a quarterfinal run here, getting that opportunity to have that rematch with potentially Lena Winslow as well, which we saw back in the 2019 season.
Yeah. We played them a couple years ago in the corners at their place. It didn't go our way. I think we lost 30-0. But, like I said, having an opportunity to play, that caliber of competition and, kind of the standard in 1A football is what you want to do. Nobody's getting any better playing, lower tier teams. And that's nothing against those types of teams. But, like I said earlier, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And we're looking forward to the opportunity. But we got to take care of business and take it one day at a time.
Yep. Coach, were you the quarterback on one of those big playoff runs?
Oh man, what feels like forever ago. 2012, I was the quarterback. We lost in the quarters to Clifton Central in 2A.
All right. I thought you were around one of those runs. Yeah,
I did kind of want, if we were going to be the 2, I kind of wanted Clifton to be the 3. Just there's some unfinished business there.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you coming on, taking some time out of Selection Saturday night to talk with us. We wish you guys the best of luck and good luck moving down the road.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the coverage.
Absolutely. Thanks. All right, Greg,
right,
who we got on next?
Aaron Elmore.
Yep, let him in.
Let him in.
All right, Coach Aaron Elmore of the Calhoun Warriors. Coach, welcome to the Knights. Obviously, you've already know that you've secured up that #1 seed with your big win over Brown County last night. Talk about that game a little bit, as that was one of the bigger games around the state in Class 1A. Oh, Coach, we can't hear you. That's all right.
Figure this out here.
There we go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You're
good.
Well, it was a highly anticipated game, two good football teams playing each other. And, we knew that we had to win to get this #1 seed. So it was a kind of a big deal for us for sure. And our kids responded and played very well. And, Brown County's a really good football team. And it was a really good win for our program.
Coach, did it feel like kind of a playoff type of preview, with that big of a marquee matchup in week 9? Certainly a lot on the line, not as much as playoff time, but did it kind of help maybe prep your guys for that environment?
Well, I think so. It was the overall best team that we played in the regular season. And, it was definitely a playoff atmosphere. There was a lot of people here. And like I said, it was a very hyped up game. And I think it's going to get us ready for round 1 of the playoffs for sure.
So talk about a couple of your guys. Jake Brandon's definitely been the workhorse here, replacing Connor Longnecker from your offense a season ago. Easton Wallendorf as well has definitely helped out along with Jack Good. How have those guys been huge key factors for what Calhoun's doing right now?
Well, I mean, they're very fast and very quick in space. And, just talking about Jack and Easton, I mean, if they get the ball to the edge, they're tough to corral, that's for sure. So we try to find ways to get them the ball either through the passing game or, through the run game, but they're both very explosive. Jake's very consistent. Jake is a downhill runner and, he's one of those guys to where he's a workhorse and, he gets us a lot of, obviously a lot of touchdowns, but, he sets up our offense because, we're on triple option. The fullback's the key component.
You have to be excited not to see a team like Althoff Catholic sitting in that bracket this year, correct?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's it's kind of nice whenever you look and you see the teams coming out, and you don't have to worry about a team that probably most likely shouldn't be in it. Yes.
So speaking about that, obviously, like you said, we can look ahead here, but a second round potential rematch with rival Greenfield Northwestern looms as well. Obviously, Coach Joey Pembroke there does a great job with his team. They may not have such the offensive spark that we've seen in recent years, but their defense has really stood tall for them this year. Talk about them a little bit. I know it's not going to be until next round, but it's just an intriguing area to look at here.
Yeah, anytime you know somebody quite well, they know us well, we know them well. It's always makes for a very hard game. Coach Pembroke does a great job, him and his staff, and they're one of the top programs in the southern half of the state. And we always hope to avoid anybody in our conference as much as possible. But if you have to play them, then we know it's going to be a very tough game.
You got to be excited too to see another WIVC team, and one of the ones that gets talked about a lot in Camp Point Central on the other side of the bracket from you.
Yeah, me and Coach Dixon was actually texting last night a little bit about that. I said I'm glad that we potentially, hopefully, don't have to play them and until the semifinals if we both of us can make it there. But they're top program in the South, that's for sure. So got a lot of respect for them. They're very, very well coached and very good team.
Yeah, you guys met up with them last year, quarterfinals, correct?
Yeah. Yep, quarterfinals, and we played them second round the year before.
Yeah, so obviously, like you said, very familiar with them. You beat them in the regular season last year because that was a week 2 matchup that definitely took a lot of noise around the state. And then even that quarterfinal loss was still a very big game, very close game as well. Another team that we see, sitting in the way would be potentially Tuscola and KZ-Westfield. Those two played earlier this year with KZ pulling that one out 20-16. Again, looking further down the road, but if that were to be, hypothetically speaking, a possibility, do you know much about those two schools?
Well, we've never in our history of our school played KZ-Westfield. The only thing I know is they've been really good here recently. I know they have a long, rich history of playoffs, and they've had some really good football teams over the years, and I would suspect that they're probably pretty good this year. I haven't seen them too much, but I know they're a well-oiled machine. Tuscola has had a very rich program, and we've played them one time in our history in 2016. That was a while back, but both them teams and both them programs they're really good. So we know we'd have our work cut out for us if we had to play them.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you coming on. Obviously, you were a former state champ for the Warriors back in the day as well, under Coach Rick Johns, and right now you're sitting 9-0, number 1 seed. We wish you guys the best of luck moving down the road here.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right. Who we got next here, Greg?
Kevin.
All right. Coach Brock from BCC. Coach, how you doing here today?
Hey, good. How's everybody doing there?
Oh, we're doing great, man. Hey, we were just talking about your Bloomington Central Catholic Saints here not too long ago, grabbing that 4 seed in the north part of the bracket. You're going to go up against a regular 3A power in the north here in Princeton. And, Greg was just mentioning about how this might not be necessarily the same Princeton team we've seen in recent years, but you still have talent there. Have you been able to get anything on them to this point, now knowing that you're going to be in the north bracket, or is it relatively new for you?
Still new, working on it, looking at their schedule right now. Don't really know much about Princeton. Obviously know where Princeton is and know that they have some good tradition, but yeah, nothing yet. Just kind of looking through their some of their opponents here and kind of figuring out, what we're going to do. And I think I just got a text from Coach, I think it's Pearson. Does that sound right?
Yep.
So I'll be calling him back here when I get off with you guys.
Oh.
Well, tell him we said hello. This is Greg from View from the West podcast. Coach, we cover a lot of Princeton, and if you don't know much about them, one thing you should know is they're going to run the ball, and Casey Etheridge is probably going to be the kid doing it. So I'd try to pay attention to him. But overall, how do you feel going into this playoff, into this playoff field? knowing that they're a good team over the years. They're going to be a run-heavy team. They'll throw a little bit, but they're really going to try to hit you on the ground. How do you feel about that and your defense going into a matchup like that?
Well, I mean, obviously not knowing much about them other than what you guys just said. I think for us, you know, it's what can we learn about them here in the next couple days, figure out, you know, what the matchup looks like. And you know, it's playoffs now. So it's, you know, everybody's 0-0. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you did in the regular season. That hopefully has prepared you for the playoffs. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to step up and answer the bell when it's there. And, you know, we're going to approach every team like it's the best team, because if you don't do that, you're going to get beat.
Coach, myself and my co-host Logan Swan have talked about the strength of the Illini Prairie Conference. Obviously, you've seen teams like Tolono Unity, Monticello in the state championships recently, strong history with St. Joe Ogden. And obviously, BCC is definitely there. You won the conference outright. You had to go through all of those games, all those teams. Your game with Tolono Unity seemed like it was pretty much back and forth. You have explosive power in your running back with Valshawn Poe. You have a great quarterback in Matthew Brady. And then you got some wide receivers in Ian Cohn and Creighton Schnerley. Tell us a little bit about that dynamic and the balance that you have offensively.
Yeah, so, you know, we're as balanced as probably we've been since I've got the job here. So this is our 7th year at Central. And, you know, as our talent has improved and we've developed our kids, you know, feel really good about where we're at offensively. Feel like that we're not, you know, there's not just one guy you got to focus on, and feel like we can spread the ball around when we need to. And that's a credit to those kids. You know, those kids played a lot of good minutes for us, not just last year, but Val was a defensive starter for us on our 23 quarterfinal run when we went 9-0 and won the Illini Prairie again. But kind of off your point in regards to the Illini Prairie, listen, our conference is a meat grinder. You know, even that 4-5, that 5-4 team, those are really close games, and those, you know, a 7-2 Monticello is as good as any team you're going to play. So, you know, I believe that our conference, at least since I've got here in the league, I mean, we're sending teams to the quarters and semis and state championships. So if you can compete in our league, you can compete with anybody in the 2A, 3A state playoffs.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to invite you on the show, because, you know, like myself and Logan have done, we've paid very close attention to your conference. It's always exciting, the amount of play that you guys have. You guys represent the area, the Champaign area, very well every single year. And obviously you're in Bloomington, but, you know, that whole corridor right there, it's just, it's a lot of fun. And, you know, you talked about your depth. When you're at full health, you only have 2 guys playing both ways. That's huge for you, because we see a lot of teams, even in 3A, where their best players are still playing both ways. So that's definitely got to be an advantage for you in the middle of a game.
Yeah, so we made a commitment a couple years ago. Once we felt like our roster was developed enough and improved enough, and it was kind of honestly the 23 season, we wanted to limit 2-way players as much as possible. Now, don't get me wrong. In our size of school, in our league, the best players need to be on the field and not leave, and that's never going to change for us. But we wanted to look at more of a platoon role as much as we could. This is the deepest team we've had. We have 2-way starters. They are our 2 best players, but we have multiple other players, you know, that we feel like, you know, some of our offensive linemen are really good defensive linemen, but we want to keep those guys on the sideline so we can hopefully, you know, as the game goes on, you know, kind of just wear you down a little bit. And you know, in our league, I mean, it's huge up front, because you're facing a variety of different offenses and defenses. And up front, I mean, to be able to platoon at that level at least. But in the 23 season, we kind of made it a point to say, listen, even if this guy's a 2 at wide receiver, you know, are we better with him as a 2 at wide receiver and having the other guy as a 1 on defense? And so there's a little bit of horse trading going on in the offense and defensive room when it comes to that. And credit to our coaches, because, sometimes you're like, I'd really like to have this guy. Now we don't true platoon. Don't get me wrong. We're still practicing, offense and defense both days, and everybody gets cross-trained on everything. But for us to stay healthy and to have that type of depth, it's all about development.
Coach, one of the interesting things that you shared with me was the fact that 7 of your 10 staff members are all Central Catholic grads. Speak to that just a little bit, because, as I got a coach here myself and Jay Doyle, who's also from his alma mater, trying to fill things in with people that are alma mater led. How does that define your program when you can do that?
So when we came in 7 years ago, Central had fallen on hard times for a little bit. They were coming off an 0-9 team. And, I think, and Coach, you could probably attest to this, but it's really easy to motivate coaches that already know the standard and have played and been in the halls of that school. And listen, we got some great men on our staff, and those guys are doing it. None of us are getting paid anything. You guys know that, but they're doing it for the love of this school, for the blue and gold. And that doesn't discount our other 3 staff members. One was with me at Normal West when I was the offensive coordinator there for 12 years. He came over with me, but yeah, it's easy to motivate those guys, because you really don't have to, because they understand the standard.
Well, that's the great thing about it is they all want to see everyone do well, and there's not that there's any motive, but it's like they all have the buy-in, and they're all saying the same thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get past the point. I coached in a small 1A school.
Okay.
And I'm getting past the part of platooning offense and defense. We were just trying to put one offense and defense together with 50 guys, and you're horse trading over there. I need to get in on that.
Well, listen, it wasn't that long ago that we were not doing that. And at our size school, it's a year-to-year thing. I mean, and quite frankly, by week 5, that plan that sounded so good in the preseason goes down the drain real quickly, or even in the middle of a game. So, but no, listen, having coaches on our staff that have coached here, it means the world to them, and they understand what it's all about. And I played with a couple of them. I actually coached one of them when I started here, and then I have two former players that were on my first team when I got here. So, it's just easy. And, I think it's a recipe for success, at least at the small school level, because like I said, I gave them their paychecks the other day, and they've all spent more on the program this year than I could pay them. I can tell you that.
Well, that's awesome. And congratulations. 5th time in school history, having an undefeated regular season. 101 years of football is what you told me. So Congratulations on that feat. We wish you the best of luck. You said you come out of a meat grinder of a conference, which we already know, and you get stuck in the 3A North meat grinder. That is tough year in, year out, but you're definitely one of the teams that we're paying very close attention to, and we wish you the best of luck.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. And listen, I've been following you guys. You guys do great for high school sports and kids. And we know we need more platforms like that to highlight, this great sport, because I truly do believe that, that we're not just molding these kids to be good high school football players, but, the game of football is a really good vehicle for life. And, so thank you for what you guys do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
All right. Thanks, Coach. Guys. Appreciate it.
You bet.
All right. Take care.
You too. All right. Next up, we have Terry Maxwell from Seneca. Let's bring in Coach Maxwell here. Coach, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're doing great. Obviously, a lot of excitement with Selection Saturday. You get the 4th seed here. You get to take on Riverdale. Obviously, you were able to finish the season undefeated. So first off, congratulations on that. Taking a look at where you fall in the bracket, hypothetically speaking, you get Riverdale. Talk about that, or not hypothetically, realistically, you get Riverdale. Talk about that matchup and what you know about that.
Yeah, we haven't got into the film a lot yet, but we've seen some clips and things, and look like a run heavy team like we are, and very athletic, and got some good backs and a good quarterback, and they got a really good D lineman that stands out and pops off their film a little bit there too. So we're gonna have our work cut out for us.
So you got running back Cam Sherry here, and he's ran for over 1,200 yards for you on the season, along with 19 touchdowns. And then Gunnar Varland at quarterback also helps you out in that run game as well. You kind of have a run dominant power game. It looks like you only throw the ball about one time a game, which would make Greg's partner Mitch very excited.
Is it the old school wing T? Is that what you're running, Coach?
No, we're double tight straight T. It's called power T. So we only break the T maybe probably only broke the T maybe twice this year. So we are very old school. We don't have a receivers coach on the staff, and we are definitely committed to.
Yeah.
Guys really bought into it and committed to it.
Yeah,
and it's Cam's
Coach,
guy. That's all right.
Yeah. Coach, I'm an Ottawa Marquette grad, so you got my Crusaders again this year. I won't hold that against you, but looking at in the schedule you guys play, it's difficult. You got to find some non-conference games. You found one against St. Joe Ogden. That's a nice win on the road late in the season. Talk about kind of taking that challenge on late in the year, and what did that game do for you? What'd you see in that win?
Yeah, it's definitely something we knew we were going to have a tough non-conference schedule this year. We took on Chicago Christian, being state champs, and they were just a little bit down. And Coach Cesario does a great job with them, and they'll be back next year. And GK is always a good program, and got a good one up there. St. Joe Ogden, I'm a St. Joe Ogden grad, so I was talked with Coach Skinner, and it was either that or played Dwight twice, and so we played Marquette twice last year, and it's just a different feel when you play teams twice. So we were looking for a different game, and St. Joe was available week 8, and so we talked about it and got it to happen there. So that was a great test for us. A very good athletic program. They got a D1 lineman that literally had a visit to Auburn the next morning. So just really good athletes and a good challenge for our program.
So, Coach, you told me that you have 19 seniors. You have 10 starting on offense, 10 starting on defense. Very tight-knit group here that's put a lot of work in. You finished undefeated for the third time in 4 years. How much has this team meant to you and meant for Seneca as you continue to build this program?
Yeah, I talked to him last night after our win, and I talked to the younger guys specifically just to kind of look at these guys as role models. And we don't have youth football here in town. We kind of have a program that comes and goes sometimes, but a lot of kids, maybe if they want to play, they'll play Morris, so they're playing Ottawa. So a lot of times we get guys who have no experience. Gunnar, our quarterback, was a guard at the lower levels, so we find ways to make things work and make things fit. And Gunnar's a good example of a guy that wanted to be more than a lineman, if I want to say that, I guess. I love the line. I was a line guy, but worked hard, came up for track, just worked on his speed, developed, and made himself into a really, really good threat in the run game. And so, we got a lot of guys like that never played the game and work hard and really build himself into something that's a really good piece of Seneca football. And on top of that, my son's on the team, so that's he's a senior, and that's another whole piece to this. That this is going to be a group that I really miss.
Yeah, Coach, look around that 2A bracket. I know you don't like to look ahead, but what do you see kind of how this bracket shakes out, and kind of if you guys hope to make a run, what do you see in it?
A lot of good teams there. I mean, 2A North is definitely just a bear, and that's how it goes. Our last several playoff runs here, we ran to Byron back in 22 and Wilmington in 23, and Bismarck had a great team last year that we ran into, and that's just how the playoffs go. You're going to be put against the best in the state and tested every week. And if we can move on this week, then there's a matchup there possibly with Wilmington, and we're familiar with them and what they do. And if you can move on past that, you got teams like Rockridge and EPG and a lot of Farmington, a lot of 9-0 teams still, and some really good, even 7-2 teams that are really good still. So it's definitely a tough bracket. It's probably pound for pound one of the toughest ones out of the divisions there. That and 3A North is really tough too. So
yeah, we just got done talking to Coach Brock about 3A North.
2A North's tough, but we went 3A in 20 and 22. That's I'd rather be in 2A.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough bracket for sure. It's definitely shaping up that way. We wish you the best of luck and, continued success as you move down the road here, Coach.
Appreciate that. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank
Coach.
you. All right, let's bring in Coach McNutt from EPC. Coach Jared McNutt, there you are, my guy. What's up, man?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah. Hey.
All right.
So you draw the 14 seed. You get ahead on the road to Farmington. We were just talking to Coach Vallis a little while ago about this matchup probably being the toughest 3-seed matchup in a lot of these brackets, and they get a pull you of all teams.
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to the matchup. I think our kids, we just got done doing our playoff show, playoff party, and our guys are kind of chomping at the bit to get rolling.
Yeah, that's exciting for sure. Hey, talk to us about Will Burchin. He just set a new IHSA record for career tackles. Now, obviously, he's a senior. We've talked about him breaking the NUIC record earlier this year. Now he's done the IHSA record. What has he meant to your program, and what impact has he had on your team throughout the 4 years here?
So much. You can't say enough about his work ethic. He just has a natural nose for the ball, and he loves to hit. A couple of years ago, he was playing fullback and linebacker. And when we talked to him about moving to offensive line, he was like, okay, whatever makes the team better. And usually you don't get that out of kids that are real talented like him. And we needed to move him there just to make sure that our offensive line was solidified. And he's done an amazing job on that side of the ball. But, defensively, he is just kind of in a league of his own. I mean, there's a lot of good linebackers in the area. Don't get me wrong. The man kid from Lena, a couple other kids in the area are really, really good. But Will, to me, he just stands out. I mean, he flies around and he makes plays, and I think most teams have to plan for him going into the week to get a body on him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at your path ahead, another guy that really stands out offensively for you has been Fear the Zier, Draven Zier. I mean, we talked about it back in the preseason about, he needed to have a big year for EPC to have a big year. He's done that in many facets for you. He's closing in on 3,000 career rushing yards as well, which was another thing that we had discussed. How much of an impact has he had for you? And, what is it that stands out about Draven?
Tremendous impact. Him and I have a really good relationship. We talk daily. He just has a knack for the ball. To find the open hole. Like if there's a sliver, he jumps over top of legs and finds a way to get going. And he's just a kid that when I watch him in practice, I'm like, he's different. It's really fun that he's on our team. The same with Will Burchin. And Draven just has gotten so much better from the time he was a freshman until now. And he's really, really done an amazing job of being the leader that we need him to be. I think it just tip of the cap to this senior class. We've got 5 kids that are 4-year guys, with Burchin and Zai, Haverland and Draven and Tegan Dyson and Brody Vegley. Those 5 guys have been kind of our cornerstone for the last 4 years. A lot of them played ever since they were freshmen.
Coach, we talk about the NUIC and teams that come in at 6-3 or 5-4, and there's always a chance for an upset in the bracket based on what you go through in the regular season. Last year, you went on the road in round 1 against a really good Rockridge team, came up a little bit short. This year, it's an opportunity on the road against a really good Farmington team. What did you learn last year, maybe in the playoffs? What have you talked about into this year that maybe this is different, or does this feel different?
Yeah, I think last year we went into that game, thinking that we had a pretty good shot. I thought our defense played pretty well, but, Rockridge was really, really good. And they are really, really good again this year. I think this year they are, like, when I see clips of them, I'm like, holy cow, they're different. But, as far as our year is going, I think that we're battle tested. I think that we've played some really good football against some really good teams. Sometimes the ending score might not show it, but it's like against Stockton, I couldn't imagine the worst start to a football game that we had, but then we hung around and we only had 3 plays in the first quarter of offense. And then on the 4th play, we scored a touchdown. So it's like, I just think, we have the capability of doing a lot of really, really good stuff all across the board on special teams, defense, or offense. And I hope that we're a scary team going into the playoffs. And I think our guys kind of understand that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that a lot of people definitely talk about. I mean, obviously you come out of the NUIC. We know it's tough. I think the entire state understands that it's tough. I don't think anybody really likes to see a 5-4 NUIC team show up on their doorstep either. But you got a good test here with the Farmers. They were in the semifinals a season ago. Obviously there's a lot of opportunity here for you. You have a young quarterback in Deacon Hoffmaster, who's only a sophomore. How has he transitioned to replace Adam Allwender at that QB role, and what effects has he done to help provide for your offense?
I think, like you asked me about Rockridge last year, I think going into that game, we were not really able to throw the football around as much as, we needed to beat Rockridge. But this year, I think we're much more dual threat. I think that we can run the football, and I think that Deacon's shown enough where we can throw it. Like last week or 2 weeks ago against Lena Winslow, I think he kind of came out. That was his coming out party, and he really showed that he can get the ball where he needs it to go, and hopefully our guys make plays when the ball's in the air. But really, I think Deacon has done a nice job of making sure that he takes what the defense has given us, and then make sure that the game slows down for him. And we're going to have to make sure that the coaching staff does a nice job of that this week, being a young kid starting his first playoff game too.
Well, hey, Coach, we wish you the best of luck. My plans right now are to travel down to Farmington to see your boys play on the road. So I'm excited for this first round game for sure.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
All right, man. Well, good luck. And, let's go get that dub.
Heck yeah, man.
Kyle's been getting it on Twitter. With this game, he's been noticing. It was like 2 weeks ago I came over and Kyle was all riled up because there were the Farmington people are all over Kyle. So you got to do it for him, Coach. You got to do it for Kyle this Saturday.
Yeah, he was texting me last night. He goes, "I can't wait for this matchup," and I'm like, "The pairings haven't come out yet." He goes, "Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen."
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, Coach.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
You bet.
All right.
Who we got now, Greg?
I think it's Jeremy Adolphson. He's been waiting the longest, so we'll let him in.
Mantino should be purple, I feel like.
Hey, Coach.
How we doing?
Are we disrupting the party, Coach?
Well, no, we're watching a little Mantino film here. I'm trying to kill your feed on my phone here. We're good to go. Hey, I like the shirt.
Hey, yeah. There you go. Oh, I like your shirt. How about that? Coach, hey, thanks for being here.
Yep, no problem.
All right, Coach, you pulled up the 5 seed. You get to play at home, which is great. You have Mantino coming. And like you said, you just got some film in, so you're already chopping at the bit, trying to get a head start on it all. Talk about what you've done here. You had a big win last night against Newman, 384 yards rushing. Obviously, Nick Houston had another big game once again for you as well. Give us a little bit of information on what you saw last night and how you can take that into the playoffs.
I think it was just the resolve of our team from last week. I at the end of the game against Rockridge, obviously very disappointed. Not what we expected, and it was a tough night. And as I went around to some of my seniors, especially towards the end of that game, you're trying to pump them up. They don't need to feel any worse than they did at that point. And as I did that, every single one of them had the very same response. Just looked at me, gave me a fist bump, high five, and said, "We'll be ready to go Monday. Like we'll bounce back. We're good. We're fine." And sure enough, all week just did a fantastic job at practice, and then came out last night and put on a heck of a performance. And it was senior night, and our kids got interviewed by the radio station afterwards. And I was listening back to it this morning. I didn't hear them last night when they were doing it, but just multiple guys said, maybe we needed that last week. When you're beating everybody, you feel pretty good about yourself, and you start thinking maybe you're unbeatable, and then you find out that you're very beatable. Against a team like Rockridge, and they said kind of refocused them, but they felt positive. They felt good about what they could do, and they came out and they did it. My quarterback Clay Castile, I remember he was the one I talked to on that Friday night at Rockridge, and he just looked at me like kind of like I was crazy. Like, hey, we're good, man. I don't need this. Like, I don't need this pump up speech, man. We're ready to roll on Monday. And then I was talking to him as the clock ran out last night, and just said, man, you're right, dude. You had it figured out, 7 days ago. So really proud of our guys. Came out, played a really physical game, essentially eliminated their run game, which really helps you because Newman runs a legitimate RPO offense. That's what they do. But if the R is gone, there isn't much else to do but rush the passer and cover the pass. And they got a couple good ones on us here and there early on, and a couple others, throughout the game, but couldn't do it consistently to get down the field. And then our guys just did a fantastic job running the football and controlling the line of scrimmage and kind of chewing up the clock in the second half.
Coach, we've talked throughout the year about, this is a group coming in that had maybe more questions than what you had the year before, when you kind of knew what you had and kind of knew the expectation. And this year it was certainly that drive to get back-to-back championships, and the guys have really stepped up. And you've said along the way that you knew there was the potential for it, but it's really played out that way. But I really want to dive into Nick Houston and kind of what he means on offense and on defense. I think I have week 8 totals, over 1,200 rushing yards, 17 touchdowns, 69 tackles on defense. So maybe there's some number. I'm sure there's numbers to add in there after week 9, but overall, he seems like the real heartbeat for the team. What did that mean to this group to have that anchor on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, he tagged another 130 yards and a touchdown rushing last night, and he had 13 tackles and a sack and 4 tackles for loss. So pretty, and one of the best interceptions I've ever seen. Just made a great play on a ball. They're trying to throw it like in the hook zone there, kind of between our flat defender and the safety, and he runs over and jumps up in the air diagonally and is able to haul one in. And I told him, I said, I've seen 100 guys have a pass breakup doing exactly what you did, and you were able to hang on to it and make the play. He just kind of rolled up his fingers and he held on to it. But yeah, Nick's a special player. He's one of the best to ever put the uniform on at Monmouth-Roseville for sure, just because of all the things he could do. He was essentially a blocking back as a sophomore, and then kind of the second back and our best blocker as a junior, and then senior kind of becomes a feature back in our offense. He's our best receiver as well. Like I said, fantastic blocker still. And then defensively for 2 years, he played our edge spot, kind of our stand-up rush end, and did a great job there. Tied the school record for sacks last year in a single season. He's already got the career mark locked up right now. And we moved him to middle linebacker, and he's 2 tackles for loss away from most tackles for loss in a career. I've said it many times, but you can line him up on any position on the defense or the offense, and he is a first-team all-conference player at that position, regardless of what it is. And he just has a knack for making plays, has a great instinct, but combines instinct with being very coachable and able to do the things that you kind of guide him into, and then you let his instinct and playmaking ability take over. He had a play last night. It was 27 right before half. They had 4 seconds left, 10 seconds left. 4th and 2. They came out in a quads formation to one side. We call a timeout. We line up to it. We're so sure they're going to throw this quick screen, try to get, a little 4-on-3, 4-on-4 action outside. And we jump it, and the guy pulls the ball down, tries to throw a little shot in the end zone, and Nick breaks it up. Just a play that from middle linebacker makes a play that's probably 12 yards from him to start with. Just incredible.
Awesome. Coach, you got a home game here, which I know was the goal for your guys. And you get that classic, the Jeremy Adolphson special, right? A 5 p.m. kickoff on Saturday.
Heck yeah. Yeah. I owe it all to Jeff Rentz from Wilmington. I went to a Wilmington playoff game way back when I was a young coach, because I wasn't in the playoffs at that time. And I was like, oh, people play at night on Saturdays. Like, this is awesome. And of course, at Wilmington, it's walking through the smoke and walking through the trees, and it's dark out. And ever since that time, I always say, like, when I get the chance to decide when we play Saturday and we play under the lights, and if we don't want to play Saturday under the lights, we'll play Friday under the lights. Like, daytime was my history growing up at Aledo High School. Is always 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon. The Monmouth Roseville kids will tell you they're not as good in the early afternoon. Actually, my nose tackle, Cody Johnson, his post-game interview, they said, what do you think next week? He's like, well, I really hope for Friday night or Saturday night, because, like, the daytime's kind of my time. Like, and they're like, what do you want to do? He's like, I'll just lay around a lot, get ready for the game. So, yeah, we're excited about them coming down here. We'll be under the lights. And the cool thing is, I think there'll be some games in the area, obviously, earlier. We'll get some people showing up that just love football and want to go watch maybe their second or third first-round playoff game of the weekend. And, and it's all about experience for the kids. It's not just your fans and their fans. It's all those extra people that show up because maybe their team is done or maybe their team already played early in the afternoon. And, we want to get as many people to coach to every field as possible.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely already mapping it out. What game is at 1 or 2 o'clock that I can then get to Monmouth after that? It's already definitely on my radar.
It's always been a favorite for television crews because they know they can get their person there and get some good footage. And we've had pretty good success, playing it a little bit later there. And so it feels, it just feels right when the lights are on. It feels right after doing as many times as we've been lucky enough to do it in my time here. Those like true afternoon games seem a little weird when the sun is out. And like I said, my record isn't great overall in my entire career. It's really not great, I think, before 3 p.m. on a Saturday. I know that.
Well, Coach, before we let you go, talk about, being back in the playoffs. How motivated is this group looking back at last year and looking back at the playoff appearance? How hungry does that make this group?
I think they understand how tough it is, and they knew it last year. Like, we knew the team we were playing wasn't a true 6-3. They were a 6-0 team that had injuries and lost 3 games against 3 really good teams without all their guys, and then got them back. And we know 3A North. I put 3A North up against any bracket in the state in those 8 classes. 1A North would probably be the one that we'd have the strongest argument against as far as things that I'm familiar with. But you look through those 16 teams year in and year out, and you could probably pick about 4 teams. Like, I wouldn't mind playing them, and maybe 1 or 2 that you want to play. And everybody else is like, isn't there a way to like push them out a couple rounds? But it's going to be tough. Our kids will be motivated. We try to motivate them in the off season as far as summer workouts and the preseason practices. And we put a couple scores up on the board. And one was the score when we beat Princeton 31-3 a year ago. And then the other score is 22-20, losing in the first round of the playoffs. That, when you wonder about how hard you want to work and whether or not you want to wake up, think about what you felt like after each of those scores. And so I know they're very, very motivated with what's in front of them. Our group, we put a lot of emphasis the last few years because of our success of, try to do something no one else has done before. So, they're going after a 9th victory. 9 victories happened in 2018. That's it in the history of Monmouth Roseville High School. So, our kids are very, they're motivated by that. And this senior group especially has been such a part of, establishing what I would call a program at this point, 5 consecutive playoff appearances and a couple conference championships. So, they're hungry. They'll be ready to roll. I'm sure Mantino will be ready to go. I know their head coach, RJ Haynes, played with my cousin actually at Monmouth College. So he's very familiar with the area. So I'm sure they'll have a great following. They come from a very strong football area. We played Wilmington. We played Herscher from their conference. So it should be a fun one. We're looking forward to it. And hopefully we're talking to people like you guys next week and getting ready for a second round playoff game.
Will we see the shirt, the View from the West shirt on the sideline?
Can you get the Tecmo shirt like in a hoodie? Can we get that done in like 5 days? Like, I'll pay for it. If we get a hoodie,
that might be. I have the View from the West one in a hoodie, but Maybe that's a call to Abby. Like, you know, I got to call it a
Kevin
special
Nets is
favor
my
here.
guy from Breedloves. He was my
get that
manager at
done.
Augustana College when I played back in the day. So I think we push real hard, that I could be a walking billboard for those guys. I'm in.
Well,
I'll pay for
it.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck on Saturday. And I'm thinking I'm going to be on the sidelines there. That times out real nice. I don't want to go home that early on a Saturday. There's more football to watch. So
We are looking forward to seeing you. And I will tell you this, you will be much more warmly greeted than you would have been probably about 9 weeks ago if you came to our sideline. So I think enough time has passed that Greg's our guy again. Like, we're Greg guys at Mama Throws. Our kids, they say they're Greg guys, like Granddad's always talks about. So we'll look forward to
That's right. Week 1, ancient. Who talks about week 1 anymore? It's ancient.
That's what I'm saying. Like, water under the bridge.
Thanks, Coach.
Yes,
Appreciate
Coach.
your time.
Good luck.
Appreciate it, guys. Love the show. Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, Kyle. We got to keep going through them. They're
we
lining
gotta
up.
get going. All right.
Who we got?
Kyle Knight. Let's go.
Kyle Knight.
All right. Hey, Coach Knight, sorry to keep you waiting. We're getting back up
Hey,
a little bit.
no problem.
Hey, but we appreciate you coming on and being patient with us. Man, seedings come out, and you know we see a rematch with Stockton, and you know you guys played them very tough here a couple weeks ago, but we were all kind of hoping that we would have seen Galena fall somewhere else. But talk about that, and you know, obviously getting a close matchup close to home on top of it in a rivalry game.
Yeah, I think if you talk to anyone in our league, you know, we'd prefer to play somebody new, somebody different, just because, you know, we all know how tough our league is. You know, when I was a kid playing in Wisconsin used to have a rule that in the first round you couldn't play a conference opponent. I might be talking to Coach Freed, our AD. Maybe we need to get that suggestion in, but see how that goes as far as that happens. But you know, we got to play who we got to play. You know, Stockton. Obviously, you know, we're from Galena. We think that this is the biggest rivalry in Northwest Illinois. We got so much respect for you know, Stockton school with the enrollment size that they have. You know, being able to continuously put out an 11-man football team of the quality that they have, and you know, they went through a rough patch just like we did, and you know, they didn't go running for a co-op or you know, go to 8-man, which would have been understandable, you know, because the pride that, you know, they have in their town and in their football team. And I think you know, we have that in Galena too. So it's just you know, two really proud football teams that are going to go at it. And obviously Stockton's got a ton of seniors, and they got tremendous physicality and you know, just a really, really good football team. So you know, we got a big challenge ahead of us.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big challenge, but you know, talk about the play of Roman Romer. Obviously, Drew Koenigs has been a big target for you guys as well. Owen Hayfel obviously has been battling a little bit of injury, but we saw that he was able to return here in week 9. What impact do those guys have for the Pirates, along with like a Gus Knack and Juan Durantis as well?
Yeah, I mean, our seniors have played a lot of football. You know, we don't have that many. You know, we were at Fulton last night, and they had 15 seniors go through. And I was talking to Coach Lower a little bit, and he was talking about, you know, like, we don't have a lot of seniors to play. And I'm looking, he's got 15, and we only got 10. But you know, the ones that we do have, you know, are really impact players. And you know, Roman has done a great job just being a leader, especially this senior year. He's been a lot more vocal. He's just kind of a quiet kid normally. You know, he can pass, he can run. And, you know, I know everybody knows that running the football is very important, particularly in our neck of the woods. It's something that we've been, you know, working on, you know, struggling with all year. But at the same time, you know, we're kind of unique that we have so many guys to throw to. And Drew Koenigs, you know, a kid that basically was kind of like a quasi offensive lineman / tight end as a sophomore when he played football, and then didn't play last year, and then comes back out, and you know, last night against Fulton, he's getting doubled pretty much the whole game, and I think he's really established himself as one of the premier wideouts in the NUIC. I think he's leading the conference in receiving at this point. And he's 6'4", 210 pounds, and runs really well, and he's got great hands. And I think he's got the highest vertical on our team. He's got 34-inch vertical. So he can get up there. And then Owen really gutted it out. I feel so terrible for him. His favorite sport is baseball, and it's looking like he's not going to be able to pitch probably this spring. With the elbow injury, and he was kind of like, I'm a history teacher. He's like a B-52 bomber in World War II that been shot to hell last night. So you catch a ball and he's coming off, and basically that arm's useless for a few plays until he can go back out there. But he wanted to make sure that his buddies got to the playoffs, so I commend him for that. And Gus and Juan, they've been there in the middle of our defense pretty much since they were 15 years old. Last night was probably one of our best defensive performances of the year. Coach Lohr, he's a great offensive mind. He does a lot of stuff. They put up a lot of points on a lot of people, and to hold them basically to a shutout, they scored on our reserves with about a minute left, was an awesome deal. I was kind of a little worried going into the game because I steal a lot of stuff from Coach Lohr offensively, so I was a little worried. He's kind of one of my I've never really told him that, but he's one of my go-to guys for like, I'm going to see what he's got cooked up against these guys. He and I think kind of think pretty similar offensively, and so he's I don't know if obviously the other teams noticed, but we run a lot of folding plays.
Coach Lohr definitely gets very creative in that play action scheme that he has, and can do a lot of different things out of it, and has found a lot of success with it. So you're not wrong for trying to cherry pick some of his stuff, that's for sure. And I'm sure he's thanking you for thinking of him.
Yeah. So they're going to be really good next year too. So
yeah, we were having that conversation as well, and I was talking to Blaze Damoff's dad as well, because he's had a rough go of it this year himself, being only a sophomore. But I was telling him, keep your head up. You play in the toughest conference in the state of Illinois. Everybody knows it, and good things come to those that continue to work. And your Galena Pirates team has been that as well here in recent years. And like I said before, you guys have definitely been building this program back up, and it's always great to see Galena get in the playoffs. Talking about the Galena-Stockton rivalry, it dates back, as far as I can remember, to 1908, and you guys are historically the two winningest teams in the conference as well. So we've seen strange things happen in these playoffs with these two teams. So you never know what will happen.
Yeah, definitely. Coach Weenan, I think we'll probably bring his brother in to talk about the 2003 game. That's one of the things we'll be leaning on this week. So we'll get some of those guys in to talk to these guys, and when you line them up, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you for being patient and coming on the show tonight. We're definitely excited for Galena. Obviously, we're hoping that we wouldn't see NUIC matchups in round one. You'll have to bring that proposal up at some point.
It's the time for proposal.
It's time for proposal. That's right. That's right. Yeah. All right. You guys have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right, let's pull in Keenan Janicki.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, Coach Janicki, you got us?
Yep. How are you doing?
Hey, we're doing great, bud. How are you?
Well, we're back in the playoffs, so as good as we can get.
There you go. Obviously, you saw the draw already. You get to go up against a familiar foe and a rival in Lena Winslow on the turf at their place. Tell us a little bit about what you see with that. It's been a long time ago since you guys played back in week one.
Yeah, so we kind of knew last night that's the way it was going to go. We thought we had a shot at maybe going south a little bit and seeing Clifton and Rushville or Princeville or somebody like that. But I think Dwight taking it to Oregon just kind of flipped that around, which it is what it is. And I heard you talking with Coach Knight a little bit about it's a little unfortunate that the NUIC teams have to play right away. We're the best conference in the state, and I think we probably deserve to be spread out a little bit. So for Galena to play Stockton and us to play Lena, but it is what it is. We're going to show up and play whoever they tell us to play and when they tell us to play. So again, we're coming into week one. We didn't really know what to expect, especially after how last season went. But we got after it right away in November when we lost to Lee Win week 9. We were right back in the weight room on the next week. We had high expectations. We got after it in the summer. We got after it at the start of the year. Faced Lena Winslow, and they punched us in the mouth a little bit. I thought we responded to their physicality for the most part. Like usually when you're under match, you're going to see more injuries and just a lot uglier game. And it's still, the score wasn't good, but we came out in the second half and actually played pretty well. So, and then each week we've gotten better and better each week. And we had a stumble against EPC, of course, and then Stockton definitely proved why they're one of the best teams in the state last night. So hopefully we're expecting to put our best foot forward and to have a little bit better performance than we had week 1 and maybe have a shot to take it to them. So hopefully we'll see that next week.
Well, you'll just have to stir up the echoes of 2018 all over again. You don't get the muddy field now with the new turf, obviously.
Yes, so we're back on turf. There's no reason to move the game. We can play right there in Lena Winslow, and it's fine.
And it'll be like a Friday 6:00 game, 5:00 game.
So we went ahead and we went with Saturday at 1. So I know Coach Diddick really loved the night games and staying on the routine. I'm more on the preference of just leaving it up to the kids and what they want. So we're here to serve the kids and to make this experience the best experience possible. So I asked our seniors, do you want me to try to fight for a Friday night or do you want to go Saturday? And we went down to Leroy a couple weeks ago and played at 2:00, and that kind of got them used to playoff football again. And I think they're comfortable and looking forward to playing on Saturday. So we went Saturday at 1. And Coach,
that's the beauty of playoff football is those Saturday afternoon games. It's something that we always talk about. You got the Friday night lights in the regular season. You want to be in those playoffs playing in Saturday afternoon games.
Yeah, and Coach A and I already talked today. We already knew it was going to happen. We got the date set up and the time, and we already exchanged film before, like earlier this afternoon before we even got to the showing. And he texted me and said 1:00 Saturday, and I said, "How about I say 1:30?" And we agreed to 1:15. We went 1:00, and if we were going a little further, we would have probably said more like 2 or 3, like what we did with Leroy and Gibson City when we had our 3-year series with them, or in 22 when we went down to Peru St. Bede, or when Chicago Hope came to us. But we're staying in conference. It's a little closer, so we're fine with the 1:00.
Well, Coach, you have some great seniors. Me and you have talked about it off the air as well. Kane Loomis, Jonathan Milnes, Christian Raya, Brady Gill. Talk about what they've done and what they've meant for your program.
Yeah, so Milnes is actually a junior. We get him back one more year. But the rest of the group, I've said this quite a bit, but I'm completely indebted to them for the time and passion and the commitment that they put back into being a Forston Cardinal. So everybody knows that last year wasn't our year. You can come up with any excuse that you want about injuries and guys not going out that we kind of expected to go out, and we lost games that we usually win, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, we just weren't good enough. We didn't play well enough on the field to earn a spot in the playoffs. I didn't coach well enough to earn a spot in the playoffs, and we just stopped making excuses, and we set our expectations high again, and we got after it. So our seniors from top to bottom, all 9 of them, made a commitment to be the ultimate leaders of our team this year. So I give props to them for the work that they put in and not just what you see on Fridays, but the in school, in class, outside of class, at practice, in the locker room. They embody what it means to be a Forston Cardinal, and the results show because we're back in the playoffs where we think we belong.
Hey, Coach, you kind of referenced that, that road trip to Leroy had that playoff feel because it was a Saturday afternoon. But within your schedule, you needed to get the job done in that non-conference game. Talk about kind of what your prep was that week and how you felt like you guys executed. Going on the road, is tough no matter what. And Leroy was fighting for a playoff spot as well.
Yeah, so when we set our expectations high again, when we got earlier in the year, we said we needed to win all of September to give ourselves a shot. So after that Lee Win game, we went on a 4-game run where we had some pretty big wins. Some of them came down to the wire, and just really increased our confidence and our morale and all of those things. So when we got to EPC, we thought maybe we could punch our ticket right here and we'll get win number 5. But unfortunately, I don't think the best version of our football team showed up that night, and the best version of EPC did. So that unfortunately didn't happen. So we were at 3 games left, and we had to find a way to get one. And we gave Dupek all they could handle. The quarterback, I'm not going to say his name right, Rossau or okay, he was gone, and we had a hard time tackling Dolan, but we still gave him a fight. And so then we're down to 2 weeks left, and we still got to get a win. So again, we just got after it in practice. We didn't get crazy, and we didn't change anything. We just stayed with what works for us. And we talked about when you, as a high school coach, when you see things that that could potentially cause problems, so like the long road trip, stopping on the road trip and going to a gas station, all those things, you just confront them head on. You don't say, oh, hopefully this doesn't happen. If I got kids in a room and I have certain expectations for them, they're going to know it, whether I need to be stern or direct or whatever the case is. So our travel down to Leroy was pretty smooth. We didn't have any issues. And that's because our kids also want to do the best that they can, and they want to win too. So Leroy is the best that we've looked offensively. And again, we haven't had a lot of penalties this year. We haven't put the ball on the ground a lot. We executed very well. We finished drives, which we'd had some problems this season on 4th down. We're like 50% converting on 4th down, which is not nearly where we need to be. And then defensively, we just came up with some huge stops. They scored 13 in the first, and then they didn't score the rest of the game. So our kids came ready to play. They executed our game plan. There was no shenanigans on the bus on the way there and the way back. Maybe on the way back, there was a little excitement in the back. But other than that, there's no drama or anything like that. So we got the 5th win, and just really proud of them for that.
I want a Forston Cardinals shirt that says no shenanigans on it.
You just say shenanigans? You talking about shenanigans?
Well, Coach, hey, you know what? You've always had a special place in my heart from my time coaching you at Forston. I even got a picture of you on my wall over here to my right.
No way.
Yeah, man. I do.
Like in a baseball uniform? Was I striking out?
Man, in a baseball uniform, wearing the old black and red, buddy.
Was I striking out or dropping a fly ball? Which one was it?
No, it's actually in a team photo, so you're just sitting there smiling. But either way, I got you on my wall, man.
Good.
So, no, we wish you the best of luck, Coach. And, obviously – give it your best foot forward here. Everybody knows what you're up against, but make it the best, like you said. And it is great to see the quick rebound that you've had. And like you said, everybody playing Forston Cardinal football, that's first and foremost.
Absolutely. And we appreciate the coverage and just how our guys responded this year. And not just only our seniors who are great leaders, but our juniors stepped up. We got a lot of sophomores on the field that after this year, they're going to make some noise too, hopefully. So, we'll give it our best shot on Saturday, and we'll go from there. But thanks for having me on, and thanks for everything that you guys do, because this is awesome. Nobody's doing the things that you guys are doing and putting in the time and commitment for our kids, for your platform, and not just for football. You're doing it for all the sports now. So thank you, and wish you guys the best too.
All right. Thanks, bud. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
All right. Our next coach is Camp Point Central head coach Brad Dixon. Let's bring in Coach Dixon here. Coach, sorry for the delay, but definitely appreciate your patience here. Obviously you've already seen the seeds come out. You're the 2 seed in that South bracket. And, man, everybody's talking about Camp Point Central and a run to normal, but you guys have a pretty good pathway here to possibly make that happen. You get West Central, a WIVC South cross-divisional opponent, and then potentially a meeting with either Brown County or 8th and 2nd round. Talk about the upcoming matchup with West Central and just a brief look down the road with that.
Yeah, I mean, we started the year by playing West Central. It was a week 1 game, and we fortunately returned a lot of different guys, and so did they. We knew they were going to be a playoff team, and we came out and I don't know, we got a couple takeaways, blocked the punt, and we were able to kind of blow that game open. But they continued to get better. Obviously, we've continued to get better. We've been starting 4 sophomores on defense this year, at 5 at times, week 9 on defense. So we had some young guys in for the first time there. And so, knee camp played a little bit of defense back in week 1, but, he hasn't been playing a lot since then, but we've been able to get him back in these last couple of weeks. And we're hopeful that, we're going to have him for the stretch run for sure.
Yeah, we saw that he was able to get back on the field. I was actually able to watch your game against North Green. I paid attention to the first half, and the second half I just let run. But, it's great to see Caden back on the field. Obviously, he's one of the best players. I feel one of the best players in the state, hands down. It's always unfortunate when you see a senior, especially a senior at his caliber, but a senior in general, have to go through that in their final year, especially with the program that you put together. I mean, you're coming off a semifinal run last year to the Metro East All-Stars like everybody else. And then you had, all tough. And then you had, the state championship run in 2023, the runner-up in 2022. You guys have done a lot of great things. And here you are setting yourselves up for another great opportunity that a lot of people are just talking about, Camp Point Central making another run to normal. I know you don't want to speak to that. You got to stay status quo, but it speaks a lot to your program and what you guys have done.
Yeah, obviously we'd rather be in that position than celebrating our first playoff appearance in a lot of years. So our kids do a really good job, and we try to do a really good job of focusing on what we need to do to be successful, whether we've had some injuries or different things, or we have sophomores. We have a standard that we expect here, and our kids have done a great job. We have the biggest roster we've ever put out this year. And, I think we've continued to grow over the last 5 to 10 years. We went from probably an average roster size of 45 up to about 55. And obviously that allows you to kind of withstand some injuries and different things and be able to play guys more one way and stay healthier that way. And so, yeah, we feel like we're in a good spot. Obviously, it's not ideal. You guys were talking earlier about the NUIC playing each other. I think the WIVC, rivals that in terms of the South. And we put a lot of teams into the quarters, the semis, or into the state championship game. And we kind of have a WIVC quadrant there, so to speak, with Carrollton and West Central and Brown County, obviously. And then, Calhoun, I think there's 6 teams, Calhoun, Greenfield in the north. And we didn't play Carrollton, Calhoun this year. It was our off year to play them, which kind of hurt us playoff point wise, obviously. And we got the 2 seed, but we were able to see them a few times throughout the year. And yeah, so we're going to focus on West Central. Obviously, we talked to our kids about it tonight. They understand what it takes. And that's what I've liked about this group. They've showed up to play, no matter what adversity we faced. We've got a lot of guys playing out there that weren't a part of the 23 team. We've got a couple guys left from that team. Zach Weir is a 3-year starter at linebacker, 2-year starter in the backfield, and obviously Caden. We've had some other guys step up. I mean, Cale Niekamp as a sophomore, lost the job last year. We moved Elijah to quarterback, and he's came in and thrown for 700 yards and I think 9 touchdowns, and has really elevated our ability to do lots of stuff. And I think Curtis Rigg is one of the best players in the state of Illinois that not a lot of people are talking about. He's got almost 800 yards, averaging 16.9 a carry. So we've been able to get the ball to him, and then just a plethora of other backs. And, we get a lot of people talking about the size of everyone else's line. And we've got a tackle that's 6'3", 260 pounds, and a tackle that's 6'1", 275, and a center that's 6'2", 225, and 200-pound plus guards, and a tight end that goes 6'2", 205 pounds. So we feel pretty fortunate to have that at the 1A level as well. So, we obviously got to execute, take care of the ball, but we like where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Curtis Rigg, and yeah, he's definitely put up some big numbers for you. Jasper Flesner's done great things for you as well. Your defense, though, man, you guys fly to the ball. I think you guys have only allowed 12 points on your first team defense all year.
Yeah, that was honestly the side of the ball where we weren't sure how we were going to replace Elijah. I mean, a 4-year starter at middle linebacker, Mr. All-American, All-World, starting as a freshman at QU, Division II. But Briggs Wiskirchen, we had a feeling he could be pretty special, and he stepped right into that spot. And then we've had 4, obviously we've got some guys back, but we had 4 sophomores step up. Colin Bachhold played some last year as a freshman. As a sophomore, Luke Ippenson is another guy. He's the next of in line. I mean, he's averaging over 10 yards a carry in the backfield too. Just hadn't had as many opportunities, but he's played very, very well. Cale, obviously, in his second year starting at safety. And then we have a nose tackle in Dominic Jansen, who wasn't on the radar really at the end of last season and had a great offseason. And then to play multiple other D linemen, to have to kind of, you count on, well, we lost Ginnenbacher, but at least we have Niekamp. And then here we are in the second quarter of week 2, and now we don't have either of them. And just proud of our guys. We've been able to rotate in there, and our guys understand our defense. We see running the wing tee every junk defense that we can imagine. I mean, it's almost comical. What we see week to week on film, we never see on Friday night. We see something else, but we kind of pride ourselves in teams know what we're going to run and how we're going to run it. But we've got a few wrinkles, but we try to do the best we can at getting our guys able to play fast, doing our basic stuff. And it really allows us to not give up too many big plays. And obviously our emphasis on speed, where, we're able to close the gap when we need to, or keep big plays from happening. And fortunately we've had those young guys step up, and it's been fun.
Yeah. Talking about the WIVC, you guys have had great representation at the state level, semifinal level, as you spoke about. It's been asked of me a few different times who I would pick out of the South. And I keep saying, Camp Point Central, Brown County, Calhoun, those are my 3 teams. You guys have been at the forefront this year in that conference, and I don't want to be remiss about a Carrollton or a GNW team. Coach Pembroke's put up a very tough GNW team this year, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And as you know, you got to have good defense to win championships. And he's come out on the short end in a couple games, but he's definitely has a great defense, and it really has kept them in a lot of big games. They had that close game with you in week 2, close game with Calhoun here a couple weeks ago as well. So, obviously not an easy road, but definitely a road that a lot of people are paying attention to, and your Panthers as well.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about what Coach Pembroke has done, graduating, like 99% of anybody that touched the football for them, and he just continues to reload every year, and we knew that was going to be a battle. We hadn't been to Greenfield in a long time because, fortunately, when we were playing them in the playoffs in 22-23, they were coming to our place, which is kind of the opposite. We can't ever seem to find a way to get Calhoun up at our place. We have to go down there every year, it seems like. So they're doing a great job. It would have been fun to play them this year, obviously, but we were able to sneak in a JV game last Monday night down there. We had a couple cancellations, so that was fun to do that. But yeah, it's a great league. There's enough variety in offenses. We've got some spread offense. We got triple option. We got wing T. We got teams that line up and, Greenfield's running everything. You got Carrollton route running some no huddle stuff. So we feel like we get prepared from a week to week standpoint, in terms of the variety that we see. And obviously as we get out of our league, like last year or certain years when we played a Ridgeview, Lexington, or going back to 2018 when we went over to Argenta, when we got out of our league, we were able to a lot of things seem to work a lot better in that regard. So I'm sure the NUIC feels that way, but you play who you play. When there's 6 teams from one league in the same 1A playoffs, it's inevitable, and we just got to focus on the things that we can control, and that's just showing up to practice and doing what we can.
Hey, Coach, we talk about, the strength of some of those teams making playoff runs. You had a social media post about an hour ago saying this never gets old, 17 straight. What's it mean for you in this program to know that you're a mainstay? Every year, this is the expectation just to get there and to make a run, right? What's it mean for you and your program to kind of know that this is a tradition now? You're going to be here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I started with tonight, before we ate was, hey, like this is the expectation, but that doesn't make it not special. We expected to be here, and this is what we worked for. Our kids work, not 365 days out of the year, but pretty much, whether it's in athletic PE or in their other sports or all summer long. We've got in our whole school, 130 to 140 athletes 3 mornings a week that are working out. They've put themselves in that situation. It's not by accident that we're in this situation, but we still want to celebrate it. We never wanted to feel old, and we want our kids to understand. And I told them, I said, in the first, I forgot the math now, the first 35 years of Central football with the playoffs, we had 1 playoff appearance, and now we've had 17 straight. So it kind of shows you the difference now to all these kids. That's all they've ever known. If they're under the age of 17, they just think that Central makes the playoffs every year. And so sometimes you got to give them the history lesson of what it was like in 2007 when I came in here and as an assistant before Bill Reed kind of got things rolling, where you were just happy if the bus showed up and you didn't get a running clock put on you. So again, it's a testament to the hard work of our kids and my coaches, Casey Ray. People don't know enough about him as the offensive coordinator now for 16 seasons of just giving our kids the best opportunity no matter who we got, right? We move a all-state fullback to quarterback last year, and we have to figure out how we're going to get him the ball and do it in an effective way without scrapping everything. And then this year we have a sophomore quarterback. How can we put him in situations? We don't have the big fullback, but we've got some guys that are super fast, and he does a great job of figuring out how to utilize our strengths. Coach Monroe, Casey Monroe's been with us now, I think, for 15 years as well, and coaching the O-line and the D-line and really running our JV program, which is huge to be able to continue to reload. And we've got those guys. Remington Bueller is back with us. You had Coach Janicki on there earlier. Coach Bueller was the nose tackle against Forreston, and we always joke, we knew it was going to be a long day that day in 2018 because they triple teamed him on the first play and drove him about 10 yards off the ball. And, they had 40 on us before we knew it. And that was a good wake up call of what we needed to get to. And so we were fortunate to get him back. And then we got 2 other coaches, Coach Andrew and Dustin Griffin, that both went through the program in the early 2000s and have committed their time. So, Connor Griffin's dad from a couple years ago. So, yeah, we've been able to keep the same consistent coaching staff. And you look at the good teams, the Lena Winslows of the world, those guys have been together for so long. Our coaches coach other sports. I coach track. Coach Griffin and Coach Monroe are wrestling coaches. And, we're in these other sports and we're trying to promote just the total well-being of our athletes in all sports and throughout the summer.
Well, hey, Coach, we really wish you the best of luck. Hopefully we can catch up in normal again. obviously I get to watch you from afar, but it's always fun watching what you guys do and what your program does. And you know, a lot of people up here in our part of the state definitely talk about your team down there in that part of the state. So obviously you've definitely done things the right way, and it's a blast. It really is, and we wish you the best of luck.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate the coverage. You know, from being up there and still covering us down in this part of the state, and we always say hopefully we get a chance at one of those NUIC teams, because then we know we've done something for sure. So, you know, thanks again, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you down the road.
Sounds good, Coach. Thank you. All right, let's pull in Kyle Demas, head coach of the Dupek Rivermen. Coach, how you doing tonight?
Hey guys, good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, sorry for the delay. It's been a great night. We've had a lot of people in here, but it keeps on rolling. You know, talk about, you got the 10 seed here. You're going on the road to Johnsburg. You know, we've talked about Johnsburg a little bit this year. They've popped up in our state rankings as well, on our NUIC football state rankings anyway. You know, Coach Lesniak's done some great things trying to build the Skyhawks up, and you got them here, and you're also paired in the same quad as Byron.
Yeah, just getting a first look at Johnsburg here tonight. Been in touch with Coach Lesniak and got film swapped over. So, yeah, just getting to look at him here for the first time. Looking forward to the matchup. Going to have to dig back into some early season games with the spread offense that they run. We've seen a lot of power run here down the stretch. So, going to have to dive back into some things we did early season. But I love the opportunity to go out of the area, play someone we're not familiar with, and get the game plan against a new team.
Yeah, I was able to go to Johnsburg earlier this spring. They got a nice facility over there. There's no easy way to get there, but the bus drive's nice, and the facilities are nice there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it
So
looks
I
like it
think
on
you'll
tape.
enjoy that experience.
Yeah, it looks like it for sure.
But you know, obviously, we saw Dermot Dolan missed the game against Stockton this past week with Lena Winslow. He gave it a go. Didn't quite finish the game. How's he feeling? Are things looking in the right direction for you as we go into week 1 of the playoffs?
Yeah, he's trending the right way. He's doing everything possible to get himself back, and I thought he looked good. Ripped off that early run that got called back. Was doing Dermot things, running the ball hard, breaking tackles, and then got rolled up on. Actually, didn't re-injure what he was dealing with. He actually had another spot on top of his foot that kind of got tweaked there in that Lena game last night. So just precautionary. We kept him out in the second half. After that happened, but no, we've got intentions of him being ready to go for this weekend. Remains to be seen, obviously, but yeah, the goal is to have him with us.
Not to look ahead, but we're gonna look ahead. Let's say you get by Johnsburg here in round 1, and we kind of know where Byron's heading. You got to bring him back home. You know, there's a lot of excitement around that. Matt Rodewald and Steve Susi even talked about that potential matchup last night on the Friday Night Drive podcast as well.
Yeah, that's exciting. Obviously, there's no easy way through 3A North or any bracket in the postseason for that matter. So you know you're going to match up with these teams somewhere along the line, probably earlier than maybe you want to. But I like it. Obviously Byron is a huge test. I like the way that our kids responded after that game. And I think the opportunity to have them come back and play us in Pecatonica, if we can get through Johnsburg in round 1, I think that would be a welcome challenge from the kids. I think the mindset and the approach to that week would be a lot of fun.
That's one of the things that's really stood out about your team this year. They're not afraid of any challenge. And, you know, earlier this year when me and Jay had you guys on the podcast with Brady Moore and Lucas Rousseau, you guys were talking a lot about the brotherhood of the Rivermen. And, you know, you see that camaraderie. It shows on the sidelines, even how much those kids truly care for each other, how they play for each other. Yes, it's been hard up the last 2 weeks for you guys, but you guys have put together very tough challenges. It comes down to doing the schematics correctly and staying healthy at this point, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's probably dealing with injuries of some sort at this point in the season. I think Coach A talked about it last night too, that if you're not, you're incredibly fortunate if you're not having to deal or work around something at this point in the season. So yeah, our goal this week is to get kids as healthy as possible. And yeah, I appreciate your comments about the kids, because we see it internally, but it's kind of like your own kids, right? It's nice when the teacher has positive feedback about your own kids. So it's nice when someone from the outside is seeing those kind of things that we feel like is what embodies our group. They've got no quit in them. They'll embrace any challenge put in front of them. And 3A North, what bigger challenge do we have than what's in front of us here? So these guys they're going to be ready to go. It's going to be a lot of fun here over the next few weeks.
Coach, as a first-year head coach, now that you're approaching the playoffs, how have you seen, this team or this program under your lead kind of adapt over the course of the season? Does this team look and feel different than you did in the summer or in week 1 when you were starting up?
I think we actually talked about it last night after the game, that the identity that we set out to create, I think, is who we are now. It's not this process of trying to, establish ourselves as a physical team. I think we are a physical team. And I think we have that identity when people look at us or they prepare for us. Had a lot of really good feedback from Coach A last night after the game. And I appreciate him for that. And I appreciate the kids for what they've done, that have taken that identity that we wanted and really ran with it. So I obviously we look different. We've had a full season to grow and develop under what we want to do. And all the credit goes to the kids.
Yeah, it's really been awesome. Like you said, the culture that you guys have built over the last several years with the Dupek program and where it's at now, even with a slight coaching change, obviously you being the new change as the head coach replacing Tyler Hoffman, but a lot of your staff remains the same, and you guys continue to trend in the same direction. It makes it fun to root for a team like your team when you can see how they act with each other, how they play for each other. And I don't know, it's, to me, watching you guys play is exciting. I think, like you said, there is a lot more physicality within your program this year as well. And it's talked about a lot outside of the Dupek community. I've heard it several times from other teams that have gone up against you guys. And, that tells you that you guys are definitely going in that right direction.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's great to hear. We obviously we preach that internally, and then we're very, very closely connected with our youth programs, our middle school program, and the things that we're doing schematically, culture wise, that gritty mindset that we're trying to really embody is working its way down the ranks too. I was fortunate today to spend most of the day at 2 of our youth level championship games. So seeing some of the things that those kids are doing, that is a direct mirror of what we're doing, both from a physical play standpoint and from a scheme standpoint, is a lot of fun. It goes back to what you said, the culture and the winning that we've been fortunate to have. That all starts with Coach Hoffman. And he started that down at the lower levels and then followed it on its way up. Well, now it's kind of up to me at the helm and all these great guys that I have with us to do that same thing, maybe just a little bit differently now than how they did in the past.
Yeah, you're definitely doing it in the right direction. It's great to see you guys back in the playoffs. We wish you the best of luck moving forward. Obviously, we knew that 3A was going to be the gauntlet that it is. And now throwing BCC into that mix just makes it even more tougher than what it already was. But, obviously you're our lone school in the NUIC in 3A this year before you depart to the Big Northern next season. Obviously, you're still going to gain a lot of coverage between myself and Greg, regardless of that transition. But, we're definitely excited for you guys. And, hopefully we can see that round 2 matchup back in Pecatonica.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We sure appreciate you guys. You guys do a heck of a job. Thanks for covering our kids and our program.
Absolutely, 100%. And thank you very much, Coach, and good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, let's pull in Stockton head coach.
Keep them rolling along.
Sean Downey. Oh, Coach, sorry for the wait, but
Yeah.
appreciate your patience.
It's a good thing you guys chimed in. I was getting ready to fall asleep here.
It's almost past all our bedtime.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle and I are going to be on for another couple hours. So
Yeah. I'm going to be in
Oh.
bed with you. When you're done, I'm done.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm at that point.
Coach, you had a big win last night against Forreston. Obviously, you sealed up that number 1 seed. And, me and you were talking a little bit last night, trying to compare notes. We both came up with Galena first round, and that's exactly where we're at. Speak to that and what you can expect coming down the road here.
Yeah. Obviously a familiar opponent. I think Coach Riley, Ashy jinxed it after the Dupek game when he said, I can't wait to get to the playoffs so we don't have to face another conference school. And here we are. So, honestly, Galena played us as tough as anybody did all year up there. We weren't real clean with our game. So they gave us all we could handle up there, and hopefully we can clean some of that stuff up here on Saturday.
Coach, that's another Stockton hoodie that Mitch is going to want. He's already eyeing it, I'm sure. So.
Yeah. This is an old school one. Coach Thornton had these pretty similar to these back in the day, so we brought them back this year.
Yeah. Coach, talk about how important was it throughout the season to, obviously you want to win every game you go out there, but was there a talk about getting that number 1 seed and kind of putting yourself in the best position possible the later the year got?
We didn't really talk about getting the number 1 seed. We just, we just kind of talked about winning every game we played. And, we kind of let all that other stuff just kind of take care of itself. And, in the process, we knew that if we could go 9-0, that we would get a conference title, which in our conference means a lot. So, it's great. You've got the seed, but number 1 seed, but now it's kind of, what are you going to do with it? So we didn't talk a ton about it, and now it's just kind of week by week again.
Yeah, we've talked about your team here a lot here recently. Obviously, we had you on our NUIC All Access pod, and we've talked to you on Instant Reacts as well. Obviously, you have Galena here, round 1. Not the easiest of opponents. Your side of the bracket, roughly, could be the toughest opponent you might see. One of the highlights is the fact that you do get on the opposite side of the bracket for Lena Winslow. So for the fans, we got what we wanted. But, obviously you can't overlook anybody. We've already talked about that. But talk about the play. I know we've talked about it on our pod, but having a much larger audience tonight. Talk about the play of Noah Larson, Eli Larson. You talked about before Aiden Larson moving to center this year as well. And then, you got the running back tandem that you have in Carter Blair, Mark Detweiler, and John Mensendike. Give us a little bit of information on that, how you feel about that, and the multiple facets that you guys can run in that offense.
Yeah, I think Noah has kind of taken the next step as a quarterback in our offense. He allows us to, open up our offense. You could say, we've jumped into spread a lot more this year and kind of elevated our passing game. And, we still, our bread and butter is still our wing T run game. And, we kind of hang our hat on that. But, it's nice when you're behind the chains at 3rd and long, 2nd and 15 after a penalty, something like that, to be able to go to the air and pick up chunk yardage, and we've been able to do that. You know, I haven't looked at the stats here recently, but Noah has to be up there towards the top of touchdown throws this season as far as number of touchdown throws, and he's just super efficient. I mean, we don't throw a ton, but I mean, his completion percentage is awfully high, and his touchdown per completion has got to be up there too. So we've been really efficient in the pass game. You know, a couple other guys. I mean, we've always hung our hats on our run game. So those three guys in the backfield, we started mixing Harrison Bauer in the backfield a little bit more. So we actually have been running 4 running backs a little bit back there now. So we're even deeper than we have been. You know, Carter had 2 touchdowns last night and over 100 yards that got called back on holding penalties. So, I mean, he could have had a huge night in the box score, but I think the next play on both of those, Jack Mentendike took it to the house for a touchdown, so he stole some yardage on him. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just feels like, you know, offensively we complement each other very well.
You know, that's one of the things that we noticed about with your tandem coming in. I mean, almost all 3 of them were right around 1,000 yards last year, where it was more balanced. But this year, you know, Jack's really taken off compared to the other 2. But it's always great to have the other pony still sitting in the stable ready to go and pick each other up. And you guys have really done that a lot this year, where, you know, yeah, Jack's been more of the focal back, but you still have the opportunities to get Carter and Mark in that play action and move the ball around in many different facets, which has a lot of people trying to figure out how to stop you.
Yeah, and last night is a good example because Mark, our fullback Mark Detweiler was, I think it was his season high for carries and yardage last night from the fullback position. So that's probably the best that Mark has run the ball all year. So if we can get him rolling here just a little bit more going into the postseason, we feel really good about that because you know, he was 1,000-yard rusher last year, and you know, the amount of carries that he's gotten has gone down a little bit just because of what teams are doing to us defensively, trying to take the fullback away.
Yeah, I'll have to get those stats updated. I've kind of fallen a little bit behind this week trying to get everything prepared for the playoffs. So instead,
yeah,
I am intrigued. I thought I'd have everything out by Friday. I failed on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we definitely were putting a lot of work trying to put this mega podcast playoff show together, and you know,
yeah,
we're rolling on the 4-hour mark right now. So.
Well, I know last night for us was crazy too. We had senior night, and of course we have 17 seniors and a senior manager, football manager. So we had 18 guys that we had to celebrate, and then we had our 39ers night, which is our youth football program. So we celebrated that. And then you had cross country and golf and band members and all that. So, and on top of it, we went old school and we played a fresh off game before the varsity game. Forreston and us were able to have enough numbers to play both. So it was a long night. I think it was 10:30 before I walked off the field last night.
I went over to try to find your game, and I was watching the Lewin Dupek because I knew that started at 7, and it was like 7:45, and you guys still had guys like lined up from the 10 to the 50.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
It was bad. It was bad enough. It was bad enough. I was going back and forth. They actually turned on the Dakota. Who the hell did they play last night?
EPC. Yeah.
I watched that for about 30 seconds. And then I came back, and you guys still were on the 50-yard line. So
yeah. I mean, by the time they all walked out there, yeah, yep. So no, it was a late one, but it was a fun, busy night, and good way to send those seniors out for senior night.
The biggest question I always think of coming into the playoffs, health-wise, how are you guys health-wise?
I just told Don or Brian that our starting lineup in week 10 is going to be the exact same as week 1. So we are, knock on wood, we are healthy.
No, that's awesome. That's all you can ever really hope for when you get to this time of the season.
Yep.
And, you know, you better get Coach Ashy whooping on him here this week.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I mean, I was going to say that, like, I attribute that a lot to our strength program, and I'm sure a lot of other teams do it too, but we continue all year. Like, we still lift heavy 3 days a week. And I don't know if it's right, but that's what we do. And it seems like it's paid dividends, injury wise, at least so far.
Well,
It's 100% right.
Yeah. A few months ago, we had a coach about 9 miles down the road from you say the exact same thing. So obviously you're trending in the right direction there.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I mean, they've, between our weight room in Stockton and the gym in Pearl City, they're lifting hard 3 days a week. And that's kind of our expectation. So.
Yeah, well, Coach, I know it's getting late, and I mean, me and you were messaging each other like 4:00 this morning or something like that. so we'll definitely let you get some. You get some rest. Obviously, a lot of teams around the state are looking to see what the number 1 ranked Stockton Blackhawks can do, and it's one of the things that we're all looking forward to. So good luck this postseason, and keep on keeping on.
Yeah. Yep. We'll keep trucking. And actually got to head down to the Great Green Valley or Green, whatever that is, in Moline softball park down there. My daughter's playing a softball game in the morning. So we're heading down to the Quad City area. So.
Well, you better go get that sleep or let Casey drive you, one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The problem is my other 3 kids are going 3 other different directions tomorrow too, so we're splitting up.
Oh boy. Well, good luck, Coach, and definitely get some rest up. But yeah, this playoff season is going to be a lot of fun. We wish you the best.
All right, guys, sounds good. Have a good night.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Nope, that's right. He was cutting out. Cutting off.
There we go. Take a deep breath. Woo! That was a sprint.
That was a lot of fun, though.
That was awesome. That's
Holy
a ton of
cow.
great information from a lot of really good coaches.
Yes.
So that was cool.
Awesome. So, taking a look here. Whew, man. Gotta come down off that high.
Are we pulling up the brackets again and looking at them and then kind of digging in?
Yep, let's go to 1A.
All right.
We gotta keep it to the fans. We gotta pick our
I'm
teams.
ready. I was doing a little research while we were, so
you were definitely researching it. I was not.
No research.
Joe's been over there looking at it the entire time.
Yep.
I see the old finger going up and
Gotta
down.
get it memorized.
So Joe, let's start with you then. Let's go 1A North. We just got off the call with Stockton head coach Sean Downey. So let's take a look at 1A North here. What do you think, or what teams do you see meeting up in the semifinals? And then who's your pick to get to state? We'll start there.
All right. So, obviously, everyone's going to be picking Stockton versus Lena Winslow in the semifinals. That's what I'm going to do.
Way to go out on a limb.
Would you guys just set me up there? I go first and make fun of me for picking Stockton versus Lena?
No.
No. I do think there's probably a few other teams that maybe could make a run here. Maybe an Annawan-Wethersfield.
I like what Coach Gribb's got there.
Gibson City is a team you can never count out. But overall,
He has a very good beard.
Yes.
Yeah. Overall, I like Stockton versus Lena in the semifinal. And, I understand it's hard to pick against Lena Winslow, but I am going to pick Stockton to get to state.
That's a good pick.
Are we picking everything, or like is he going to pick the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's hear your 1A South now.
Oh, all right.
No, you're good. You're
All
good.
right.
You did not know this.
No, you just said 1A.
Yeah, you're
North.
right. I did.
Okay.
We're trending in 2 directions here. It's good.
Obviously we talked to both coaches, Hardin Calhoun and Camp Point Central. I think a lot of people are going to be, picking those 2 programs as well. And again, I know it's easy to just say, yeah, we'll take the 1 and 2 seats to the semis. But from what I do know and what I've seen and what I've heard, I think these other two best teams in the South. I'm going to go Hardin Calhoun though.
Yeah.
So that's who I'm going with. So I got Stockton versus Hardin Calhoun in the state championship game for 1A.
Coach Elmore's kissing your head right now. he was part of those state championship teams back in the early 90s for Coach John. So, that's a good pick. I like the pick. Greg, you're up, man. Let's hear it.
I'm going to start in the South.
Yep.
Then I'll work my way back up. Looking around, I like Calhoun, and obviously I like Camp Point Central. I might go out on a limb on a couple picks here. I'm going to say Tuscola makes the run to the state championship game. When you look at their resume, they lost twice. They lost a 4-point game to KZ Westfield, and then they lost in week 8 to Hayworth, who's 7-2, playoff team as well. I think that they're a team that maybe gets kind of lost in the shuffle with some of the big names from the WIVC. But man, you got that win over Downs Tri-Valley, a 1-point win over Downs Tri-Valley on the road in week 3. So I'm gonna go Tuscola to get back to a state championship. On the 1A North, I think it's Lena Winslow and Stockton. Maybe unless like my Marquette Crusaders make a run.
Go Crew!
That's right. That would be.
Hey, guess who I got a message from today?
Who'd you get? Brian Killalay or
Steve
Killalay.
Killalay.
There you go. The Killalay boys, man. No, I would love to see that. I don't know that that's in the play here, but again, Annawan-Wethersfield I think could have something to say about it. But I'm going to say, I think this is Stockton's year. I think that it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a great game if it becomes Stockton-Lena Winslow. I'm going Stockton to a state championship. I think Stockton wins it over Tuscola.
I like it. I'm sure our buddy Tyson Graves will like it too, as his son Dylan is the feature back for Tuscola.
There you go.
So there you go. Good pick. Good pick.
Yeah.
It's definitely on the limb, but it's a good pick.
Ottawa would be a bigger pick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd have been out on a limb.
Marquette.
Yeah.
We don't
Ottawa
wanna call
Marquette.
them-
Yeah. We don't want to.
We don't wanna
want to
call Ottawa.
slim it
do
down.
that. Don't do that.
We'll slim it down. We got to class it up. Ottawa Marquette.
All right. I'm going to start in 1A South as well. Calhoun had a tough time with GMW the first time around. It was like a 14-6 game. Do I think that they get by him a second time? I do. Actually, look at that. Calhoun Villa Grove, 130.
Oh, there we go.
Let's plug that in. I think on that bracket, yes, I think Tuscola or KZ, that rematch is going to be huge.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know if they got enough to get by Calhoun. So I'm picking Calhoun to the semis. And yeah, I'm with Joe. I mean, it's cliche to say 1-2 seeds, but let's be honest. Camp Point Central is the team when it comes to the south part of the state. And, just like everybody else wants to see somebody other than Lena Winslow, I'm sure some of the teams down south want to see somebody other than Camp Point Central, as they've been there 3 times since 2018. But Coach Dixon's only won 1 title. And, everybody can argue that last year they could have been they should have been in state championship team if the Metro East All-Stars didn't show up. But hey, they're not in the playoffs this year, by the way. Nope. Anyway, but with regards to that, you're taking a look at a team that 3 consecutive years in a row were a state championship caliber team. Camp Point Central is going to the semifinals to meet up with a WIVC cross-divisional opponent in Calhoun.
Okay.
I've said it from the beginning of the year, NUIC WIVC state championship. You feel it. It's happening. I agree. After watching last night's game, Lena Winslow definitely needs to shore up some things defensively. Offensively, they're starting to get the ball rolling. Wild and Schlichting. And then Lessman even threw a touchdown pass.
I saw that. Yep.
Which is that element of surprise that we never see often in the regular season with Lena Winslow, but we see it play out in the postseason.
And it wasn't able to be seen the first time versus Stockton.
Correct. So there are wrinkles that I've talked about that Lena Winslow has not allowed out there yet. I think Lena Winslow. I think Stockton is the more formidable team right now. I see ways that they can definitely punch that ticket, and you got 2 state championship coaches on both sides of the ball. Stockton CPC for the title.
There you go. There you go. Who wins that title?
Blackhawks, baby.
Oh, there you go. Always root for the NUIC.
Kyle going against the NUIC.
No, I knew before I asked, but yeah.
Mine will be very simple in the South. I wasn't sure until I seen the coaches and the graphics. Coach Dixon had me at hello.
I know, right?
I think that was one of those things. He comes on, and I'm ready to play some football for the guy. So
he's awesome.
I'm gonna say out of the South, I'll save the long-winded what. I'm going Camp Point in the South. Now the North. I know Kyle's gonna know the answer to this. Stockton beat Lee Win. Game 2 of the year. How many times does a team ever beat Stockton twice in 1 year?
Lee Win. Yeah.
How many times has a team beat Lee Win twice in 1 year?
Since Lee Win's been to state, it's happened twice.
And that was
2011 Dakota.
Dakota.
And 2016
Forreston did it.
Yep. So it's like one of those things I talked about earlier. Who would I like to see because of Lee Win's won how many titles?
Yep.
Right? They've won how many titles? I'd love to see Stockton win a title, right? But if we're picking by, in my 8-man, Milledgeville's been the top team from start to finish, right? So I have no problem picking them. In the 1A, I think in watching the game week 2, everything went right for Stockton in that Lee Win matchup. Everything went right, and they did not. Here's the thing that you like to see with that I think will be different in this. Game 2 was what? Opening night ceremony of the stadium.
Yep.
It was like a lot of distractions going on that as a coach you don't like, because everything was on everything but the football game that day. And I think sometimes that bleeds into it. So I'm going with Lee Win winning, Lee Win Camp Point, Lee Win state title.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
it's
hard to argue any of it.
Would I be happy with Stockton winning a title? You're darn right. I would love to see.
Small
I would
school
see that
football.
Small school football, a team that has not won it for a long time. But yeah, I just see. I look back at 2 weeks ago, Stockton Dupek. Tough game. They needed the drive to end up winning that game. Right. I look at a week later, the same Dupek team plays Lee Win. And in watching that game, Lee Win was dominant after the first quarter. And Schlichting is now looking like here's the thing. When they have a healthy Schlichting, they are the team to beat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wild does his thing between the tackles and pounds the football. And that's where I think a playoff game versus Stockton will be different. But a healthy Schlichting with a throwing here and there for a big play, what will happen when they take the lead versus Stockton in the playoffs?
I don't know if our guy Matt Surdick is listening.
Yeah.
Because he might be in the bag already celebrating. But we got to give him an old 8 and wild. I know him and Schoon will love that.
There you go. There you go.
Mitch, what you got, bud? Welcome to the show, by the way.
I just figured once you hit hour 4, that'd be prime time for me to pop in because I can't wait to talk about
yeah.
Farmington here in a minute.
Kyle's heading down to Farmington too.
Yep.
Yeah, I've already been texting Coach Vallis. He's real aware of your situation there, Kyle. In 1A, I'm with you. I think Camp Point. I was watching their highlights last night. Like they look just like a completely different CPC team, and that's a scary thing to think about. And then in 1A, yeah, it's definitely heading towards a Lee win Stockton semifinal. And I'm hesitant to always pick against Lena Winslow, especially the way that you guys are just talking. The way that they played against Dupek was super impressive. But I've been with the Blackhawks all season, so I'm going to stick there. So I'll say it's going to be Stockton and CPC in the state final.
There you go.
That's 4-1.
Yeah. It's that hoodie. It's that hoodie that puts you over the top.
I'll definitely wear it for sure.
All right, we moving to 2A?
Yep, let's
All
go
right.
to 2A.
All right.
Joe, you're up first, bud.
All right, so 2A. I mean, you look at the top of that bracket. Obviously, a lot of people talking about Rock Ridge and, of course, Wilmington. Man, that's tough. I'm going to pick Wilmington to get to the semis there. Come on the bottom part of that bracket. I'm going to go with a little bit of an upset here. I'm going to say Sterling Newman's going to make a run.
Whoa.
So Sterling Newman versus Wilmington in the semis. All right. In the South, in 2A, I'm going to pick another. I mean, it's an upset by seeds here. Can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to go Maroa Forsyth. So Maroa Forsyth versus Wilmington in the state championship game. Wilmington, your 2A champion.
All right.
Oh,
I picked Maroa many times and they've never done it.
I
for
know.
me.
Well, say, but yeah, I'm going out on a limb here, so you guys can't give me a hard time. 5 seed versus a 9 seed in the state championship game.
No, I can't argue with you there. I mean, Jostis has the appearances. I mean,
exactly.
He's done great things. He's got a great quarterback there in Ryan Shepard, who's about ready to set the new touchdown record for the Trojans as well, along with many other things. So, you know, they've had some hiccups, but they're still, man, they're always a team you got to watch out for. They really are.
Yeah, there's one of these brackets that always get a little messed up here, you know, and I'm, you know, like I said, I'm picking a 7 seed Sterling Newman to get to the semis and 9 seed Maroa Forsyth to get to the finals here. So this is kind of my upset bracket, so to speak.
Not everything's a straight line.
That's not all rock chalk here. So.
Yeah. I will again start in 2A South, and I will say it's an upset, not according to seedings. Let's say your boy is down at Johnston City, make an appearance in normal.
TP, baby.
The 1 seed Johnston City. They were there a year ago in the semifinals, and they came up short. I think the way this bracket sets up,
they're hungry.
They could make that run, and I think that they look just as good, if not better, than a year ago.
I like it.
So let's go again, not according to seeding, but I think we'd all agree that's a bit of an upset if they make it that far.
Right.
On the northern half of the bracket here, I gotta pause this because I gotta get it on here. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Let's go Rockets! Let's go Rock Ridge.
Hey, is Big E?
I don't know if Big E and Nick Bull are still watching, but let's go Rock Ridge. I think when you start looking at who's got the best player in 2A, I think it's Cullen Schweigen. I think the way he leads on offense and on defense this year, they're 9-0 for a reason. I think they're a really good football team. There'll be some challenges along the way. I think Wilmington's a potential challenge. Seneca, the way they run their offense, is a potential challenge. But I just really like what I see in Rock Ridge. The momentum is there. It seems like they're steamrolling, you know, all the momentum. So, and I got the hat, so I couldn't not pull it out.
You can't bring the hat and not put it on.
So let's go Rock Ridge. Let's go Rockets.
Who'd you have them playing in the semis?
In the semis, let's say I think it's going to be, they'll have to get past Wilmington. And then in the semis, I think it's going to lead right into when Mitch comes up. I think it's Farmington and Rock Ridge.
Kyle's team.
Yeah.
The Farmers.
And I'm saying, if I'm wearing the hat, I'm saying that Rock Ridge beats Johnson City in the state championship game. So there you go.
All right.
All right. That's good. That's good. Yep.
Do you have any hats, Kyle?
I got my
Only
hat.
the leading edge.
I got my leading edge hat.
Yep.
Got to support my sponsors. Anyway, what we have. Man, Colin Schweigen is a dude. We all know that.
Yep.
Ryan Kettman is a dude.
He's that's yes.
Good God. I
Yeah.
mean, I gotta see him play firsthand last year. Plus, the year before.
Yep.
And now he's finally a senior. And Wilmington's everybody's favorite.
They are.
Everybody's favorite.
Everybody's favorite.
Not quite mine, but a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh gosh. And Coach Maxwell, he's done great things. Had a great win over St. Joe Ogden, which when we had him on, we talked about that as well. And I'm really excited with where the Seneca program's going. I don't see them getting by Wilmington. Rockridge, obviously, they got a cakewalk. No, they got Tri-Valley in there. I didn't see them. That'll be tough. That'll be tough. I still like the Rockridge Wilmington quarterfinal though.
It's okay, Kyle.
Run teams win in November.
Okay.
But Schweigen can do both.
Yeah.
I'm going Rockridge.
Hey, you'll put the hat on?
Yeah. Give me that. All right, we're going to go Rockridge.
Love it.
All
Well,
right.
You made a lot of friends.
I did.
In the
Big
Rock
E,
Island
baby.
County.
Big E.
That's right. That's right.
Nick Bull loves me now, too.
Love
it. That 314 seed definitely stands out the biggest to me. And yes, I'm already booking my trip to Farmington in round 1. I'm definitely going to be there.
Here's the real question, Kyle, because I don't really have a ton to think here, but I got to ask you, other than a title winner, who's your winner of the 314? Who's your winner of that 314?
Oh, yeah, let's get starting point.
Let's start at that.
Point.
Let's figure that one out first.
You made some people happy. Now you're gonna make some people mad.
Yeah. Let's get the Twitter war up.
I think this is where it becomes the talking points. I think if you throw EPC in Farmington's schedule, we're talking about an undefeated EPC team.
Wow. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
And you'd have to be hard pressed to say that couldn't happen. I also like what Farmington does. They've proven themselves. Coach Vallis has said he's not quite as deep as he was last year, but when healthy, which they are, they can do a lot of things that they did last year. As much as I do want EPC to win, I do think that Farmington can beat EPC. Okay. Joe, I like
peer
your
pressure,
pick
baby. Peer pressure.
Joe, I like your pick on Newman.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
No, it may be peer pressure. I doubt it. I do think I will not be surprised. I think
just
that's
like the way that portion of the bracket sets up for Newman. I don't know what it is, but I
think EPC Farmington is the biggest game in round 1 by far. That's where I can see an upset happening.
Well, you can't say that much about a 3-14 matchup.
No, not usually.
But that is, there's definitely potential there.
I have been very open about my Heart of Central Illinois stuff this year. And I like what El Paso Gridley's doing. Coach Benedict is doing awesome. I think he's got enough to overcome Newman.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
I think he's got enough to overcome Farmington, too. I'm going with El Paso Gridley to the semifinals.
All right.
Against Rockridge.
Okay.
I'm taking the Rockets to state, baby. Rockets by a million!
You got to put the hat back on for that?
No. That's just joking, guys.
Yeah.
Obviously, Greg knows. Greg and Mitch know what I'm talking about. 2A South. Maroa Forsyth and Johnston City. That'll be a fun one. A rematch of the semifinals in round 2. I agree. I think Johnston City makes that trip to the semis again. They're going to play Westville.
Well, I was gonna say Westville. Yep. That was another team
somewhere deep down in the bag of tricks. Guy Goodlove pulls out something big.
All right. Yeah.
Westville gets back to state.
So Westville, Rock Ridge, they've met each other in the playoffs in recent-ish years, I think. Mitch, was it like 2 years ago that Rock Ridge had to make a trip across the state and both teams are 8-1 in the first round, in a first-round matchup?
Yeah, I think it was either 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah. All right, so Westville, Rock Ridge.
Still Rock Ridge by 1 million?
Yeah. Rock Ridge gets it at state.
There you go. Rock Ridge. Minus $1 million.
There's just so much that I see Rock Ridge doing this year that they've just been off the charts.
Yeah.
Jake?
I don't watch enough.
Okay.
I don't know enough. I'll go with Rock Ridge by 1 million.
All right, Mitch.
Mitch, let's hear it.
I love it.
Let's hear it, Mitch.
Yeah, I've dug my grave way too far into Rock Ridge to not pick them to go all the way through. I do think they'll get through that top part of the bracket, and I'm with Kyle. I had Westville picked out here to get through that southern part. So, yep, I'm with you. Rock Ridge and Westville in the 2A state championship, and yeah, if I had my hat, I'd put it on because I'm rolling with Rock Ridge this year.
There you go. All right, boys.
Oh man.
Mitch, how you doing? How you worn out from graphics making?
You guys want to talk Moline and Tinley Park Andrew? Because I've been studying that film all night.
There we go. That'll come in a couple hours when we get to 7A. Yep.
Yeah, let's get into 7A here real quick, guys. Come on. We're the experts here.
All my knowledge is in 8A.
That's right.
That's when I come in and really let it happen.
Yeah.
Leaking way east.
Yeah.
Well, Mitch, I got to make sure you get a shout out here on the live stream that you just joined recently, but you've been killing it on social media with how many graphics total?
A lot.
We have 29 teams this year.
Wow. That's going to be a big show on Monday that we record. So,
Well, if we didn't have all these rematches in the first round, we're going to lose half of them.
well, yeah. But
We need to figure that out on a proposal.
I gotta get Rock Iron on there. Oh, Rock Iron watching from the Decatur area.
all right. Yeah.
Farmers fear no one.
Yep. I'm getting love from Tuscola too.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Tyson Graves. That's your guy
That's right.
here.
Yep.
Hey, your boy is a dude though. He is. I'm excited to see what Tuscola can do.
And Kyle,
All
what
right,
would happen? What would happen in a Bishop McNamara IC Catholic second round game in 3A?
Yep.
IC Catholic 50, Bishop Mac 8.
Oh, all right.
Is
I
that
knew you were going to say that.
Or is that computer? Is that computer generated or picked?
Yeah, that's true. We gotta know these
We need
things.
to verify.
That's personal pick.
Yeah, I forgot.
There's no computer generation there.
I forgot. We still got 3A to go.
We
through
gotta go
here.
through 3A.
Is there really a lot of talk in 3A?
Well, yeah, a little bit.
All right. Well, let's pull up the bracket, and Joe kicks us off every time. So,
Well, obviously this is tough. You're looking at the top of that bracket.
Here we go,
and,
Joe.
You got Byron and IC Catholic would meet in the quarterfinals. Man.
Way to go out on a limb.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna pick Byron to win that game. Then Byron in the semis. I'm gonna say over Richmond Burton. Byron makes it to state. In the South, I gotta be honest, I don't know a lot about some of these teams here.
Yeah, just pick one out.
Just pick the one.
Williamsville's always there. They're always in the mix.
Yep.
I like one.
I like Tolono Unity a little bit. But I'm gonna say Williamsville and Byron in state championship, and Byron your 3A state champ.
there you go.
There you go. I like
So
it.
nothing too crazy, but that's my pick.
I'm going to start on the north side of things, and I think it's going to be that Byron IC Catholic. I agree with you. I think that this year Byron's motivated. This is kind of a team they've been looking towards, and they had the near miss last year. I think they know how to get the job done this go around. I'll take Byron there. I think that they will eventually get the job done. Man, Bloomington Central Catholic, I'd love to see either a Princeton or a Monmouth Roseville pull an upset in there somewhere, but I think it would be Bloomington Central Catholic. and Byron meeting up in a semifinal, getting to the final. On the south side of things, speaking of how much I like Bloomington Central Catholic, let's go Tolono Unity, making that trip to the state championship game. I just think that conference has those teams battle tested. And so I think that Unity, outside of one hiccup, I believe, to Bloomington Central Catholic, they've made it through here in a really tough conference. So I'm going to say that it's Byron and Unity. Byron gets a state championship, and Mitch and I are going to be there to cover it.
Love it. So,
yes,
I'm going to start in 3A South. I'm not going to hee-haw around on this one.
All right.
So, Tolono Unity is
There
my
we
pick.
go, there we go. All right, there we go.
They're my pick. It would have been BCC had they gone south.
Yep.
They did not, unfortunately. As they just add to the gauntlet that 3A North is that we've talked about all year. I think 3A North's tougher than 4A North, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, IC Catholic Byron quarters. Okay, we already got that picked out. Let's start up with that North bracket. Bloomington Central Catholic, Richmond Burton in the quarters. I like that. I really do.
Yep.
No offense to our good friend Coach Adolphson, but I like where BCC's at, and obviously Coach Knoll is taking the Rockets to the other Rockets to a whole nother level. Might just be year of the Rockets this year.
Hey.
Who knows?
Yeah. Good. Good.
But I think Richmond Burton BCC is going to be a dog fight. I couldn't even tell you. I got to pick one.
Can only pick one.
So my buddy from high school, Kevin Jordan, his father-in-law is Coach Knoll at Richmond Burton. So I'm going to ride that connection for Richmond Burton to the semifinals. Byron IC, man. Holy crap. I want Byron to be there, but IC Catholic just shows a lot. And Byron's played 1-2 teams that have given them a challenge.
And those are
Dixon and Dupek.
And how would they fare against?
They'd get crushed. So IC Catholic is my pick to get to state against Tolono Unity. Yeah. And the Knights are bringing home the title for Coach Kraft.
Mitch, I don't think we would be there for that one.
Oh, we'd be at the bar by then.
We'd be shooting instant react.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. Yeah.
I would say this. I don't know enough about the South, so I would go. Okay, we'll go with the Unity. Whoever. I'm gonna say this is what will happen in 3A North. I think whoever wins the game between Byron and IC, whoever has the home game will win that game.
Yeah.
But I think whoever wins that game will get upset by Bloomington Central Catholic.
I like it.
Because you've watched it so many times, everybody puts that game as the game.
Yeah.
The next game is the letdown because it's just a natural thing. You could talk about it. It'll be a natural thing that whoever wins that game, it will be we're going to state. And I don't think they know what a Bloomington Central Catholic team is that's waiting for them. And I think Bloomington Central Catholic is your state title.
Nice. Yeah. All right.
I like it.
Hard to argue that one.
Coach Bruck like this.
I would love to. I mean, of course, I would love to see Byron win.
Oh yeah,
but,
I do too.
But I think that is just a hard road, and I think one of those things, like Kyle said, if your 2 games to get ready for playoffs is Dixon and Dupek, I don't know how ready you are.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've seen them do it before.
But I think Byron kind of goes beyond that, right? As good as they've performed in the past. But you're right. Though,
you take them anywhere around here. You take them, you put them in the NUIC. You put them in anything. They take care of any team that they play. I just also know how it works with kids in whoever wins that game is going to have that.
Yeah.
And I just think whoever has the home game, and we've seen that with IC and Byron, I think that they win the game. But then I think there's a letdown, and Bloomington will sneak in.
Yeah. Mitch?
Let's get two things straight here on Byron. Dixon was week 2, and Dixon is really good for one. And that was a 28-7 game, I think. And I don't think that Byron struggled with Dupek. Maybe in the first half, and then it was what, a 40-14 game or something. So
no, it was
No,
yeah.
it wasn't a struggle.
And that's what I mean. I don't think that was much of a prep. I think Dixon.
Yeah.
When you're talking 2 games, and that's your 2 is Dixon in week 2, and then Dupek.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's ready for an IC game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think the talent level in the Big Northern hasn't been there as much as it has in years past, but Byron's putting up 50 points in the first half. So I don't know that we've seen them play a super complete game since Dupek yet. So no, it wouldn't surprise me if IC Catholic gets that game, but I'm trying to manifest this into having 4 full games on Friday. So I'm going to go that Byron gets through the North and gets to the state championship. And I'll say they play the top seed Williamsville, because no one else said Williamsville.
So there you go. There you go. You got Byron winning it all? Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be a rematch of the 2018 title.
That's right.
Game.
That's right.
Yeah,
That Williamsville
good
won.
one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a slugfest.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I got asked if I believe Benton can make a run in 3A South. I think so. I mean, obviously, once they got to get past an always tough St. Joe Ogden team.
The bracket's pretty good otherwise.
Yes.
Roxana.
Yeah, not this year. Yeah, I think Benton can definitely make a run to the semifinals where they would meet up with Tolono Unity. I just think Tolono Unity is just very well complete this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we saw Unity, granted a different Unity team, but we saw Unity in the state championship game just a couple of years ago. We saw Monticello there just a couple of years ago, and you know, it's one of those things where we've talked about it. We talked about when Coach Brock was on the call as well with the Illini Prairie Conference. Is just they're a tough conference, and like he said, it's a meat grinder week in, week out, and it's a lot of fun watching teams come out of there. I think Benton's definitely got the schedule to where they've been battle tested. You know, they were in the 4A playoffs last year. They dropped back into 3A this year, which is great for them. And yeah, I think that they can make that run to the semis. I don't see anything stopping them. I mean, they're stronger than every team on that part of the quad. So,
Yep.
Well,
all right.
What do you guys got? Anything? Any other questions out there before we decide to call this a night?
I thought you were going to leave like 2 classes ago.
He was.
Yeah, I was.
And then he hung on.
I hung on. I'm
dedicated.
I'm on E right now.
He's brought great color though.
Oh,
That's what
absolutely.
we needed was
Yeah.
that color commentary.
Yeah. I didn't bring a computer. It looks like I was the only guy. Kyle brought 2 computers.
Well, you gotta have something, and you gotta see. This is yours. I brought this for you.
You brought it for me.
Mitch, what do you got? Anything that you've seen? I mean, you've been able to really trend the Twitterverse here as the show's gone on all night. Anything exciting out there that you've seen?
I see somewhere that East St. Louis is an 8 seed. They are. They're an 8 seed in 6A South. That's absurd.
Yeah. Yeah. They lost once or twice.
Did Althoff not get in?
Nope. Althoff
Shame.
did not
4 and
make
5.
the cut.
Shame. I missed that Montini was 4A this year. I thought they were in 5.
They dropped
You could get Montini and Rochester in the final. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would
be a huge one.
Yep.
Be a good way to cap off the Friday night or the first day.
Well, poor
And you have in 8A you have Mount Carmel against Loyola in the first round.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a 4-4 Loyola because they lost a game in there somewhere. Yeah.
Their week 2 game got canceled and they didn't get a forfeit, which I never quite understood because the team just didn't travel. So I don't know. It was a team from Florida. I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Prairie Ridge.
Yep.
Let's see. Glenwood has to face Joliet Catholic. Then if they win, they play East St. Louis. Well, that's just it. They gotta get past JCA first.
Yeah.
That's a gauntlet, and then just to go up against East St. Louis, which is
a small college.
Yeah. So we made a lot of fun about Althoff and all the recruits last year. East St. Louis had one more recruit than Althoff. They were the most recruited team in the state last year. So
Lost to IMG
not
today.
recruited, but transfers.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, transfers.
Transfers.
I would say if that's what you're looking at, probably get ready for basketball.
It's tough.
Yeah, like
and
when that's what you got looking down, it's like that's a bad draw.
Yeah, huge bad draw. And Glenwood's a good team. They are. No doubt about that.
Did Paul Prep not get in either? How many state champs didn't get in this year?
Yeah, they did not get in. Chicago Christian did not get in.
Althoff did not get in.
Althoff is not in.
That's 3.
Yep. I think obviously Naz is back in. Lombard Montini's back in.
Yep.
Who won? Yeah, I don't know who won 8A and 7A. I'm trying to remember now. Mount Carmel.
Mount Carmel won.
Carmel.
They're back in.
And did Loyola win 7A? But they're now in 8A, so and they play each other.
Loyola was 8A last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was Mount Carmel that was 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Jordan Lynch.
That's right.
Number 1 rated team in Illinois right now.
Mitch, we should get him on the pod.
I'm sure he'd jump all over that. Yeah.
He knows you're a big fan.
I'm sure that's
All
exactly the type of. I'm sure he's looking for two-way football insight.
Yeah. Logan said it right there. Our guy, Coach Racky, piling up the state championships. Started at Addison Driscoll, and now it's at Naz Academy.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, we appreciate you guys following the show. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully the show lived up to your expectations. We definitely had a lot of people jump on board tonight.
Yeah.
Took it a whole different level view to what we do for our playoff shows. And it was great to get a lot of coaching feedback as well. Definitely been a ton of fun for that. And as always, I appreciate Mitch and all of you guys for being here and helping out with the show and bringing your guys' insights. And obviously this is what makes it a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. The coaches were awesome. That was cool to have them
nice
come
little
in.
touch.
Yeah.
It was a nice little touch. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
We might have to revisit just a little bit for next year. Yeah. But anyway, tons of fun. Thank you very much for watching the show. We definitely appreciate it. We hope that you have fun in this playoff season. Obviously, there's a lot of things out there that can play out. Just because we put ourselves on the plate to pick teams and pick games, that's what makes it fun for us as well. But we do wish you all the best of luck with your teams and the success that you have moving forward. And at the end of the day, get out to those games and cheer for your teams and just make memories last a lifetime. That's what it's all about. So enjoy and root for the NUIC.